Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. The invocation today will be given by Reverend Paul Hesse, pastor of St. Pius Catholic Church. Father,
Thank you. Let's bow our heads and pray. Everlasting and omnipotent God, you have poured out your blessings in abundance upon our nation and in a particular way upon our beautiful, sparkling city by the sea. We are privileged to live in a community that bears the name of Corpus Christi, body of Christ. We look to you, O loving God, for guidance, strength, and help in all matters regarding the well-being of the wonderful people of this community, so that we can truly be a people united as one body. As we commence the proceedings of this council entrusted with the governing of civic policy and services, enlighten our newly elected mayor, our council members, and all city officials with your wisdom and grace to fulfill their tasks of responsible leadership. Help them to be judicious in their deliberations and endow them with clear discernment, so that in whatever decisions they make, they will be of true and real benefit to the people they serve. May they exercise prudence and sound moral judgment, ever keeping in mind the genuine needs of our citizens and of the most vulnerable in our midst. Continue to show your favor to our community, so uniquely named, in order that we may strive for what is good, pleasing, and favorable in your sight. Calling upon your divine assistance, we pray in the name of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
the Pledge of Allegiance to the U.S. and state flag will be given or led by Anna Kretzinger, who is a high school student from Incarnate Word Academy. Anna?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, and one indivisible.
Ms. Huerta, would you call the roll, please?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Billy Lerma.
Here.
John Martinez.
Here.
Ben Molina.
Present.
Mike Pusley. Greg Smith.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Here.
City Attorney Miles Risley. Mayor and council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Okay, now we'll proceed to Section E, public comment. Ms. Huerta, have we received any written public comment?
Yes, ma'am. Y'all have received, we did provide public comments prior to the meeting, so you do have those. Most were general. We also received some comments on items 2 and 24. Additionally, we do have one call-in today related to item number 2. So if you bear with me just a moment, we'll have that person speak to the council. Ms. Meyer,
Yes,
are you ready to make your comment?
yes.
Okay, please state your name and address and proceed. You have 3 minutes.
Carrie Robertson, 4401 Gulf Breeze Boulevard, Carrie Robertson Meyer, I should say. As a longtime North Beach resident, I'm very excited to see the land report today, as I know virtually nothing about a project that will directly impact me because the city prohibited the engineers from communicating with residents or stakeholders while preparing their report. The reason for that is still unclear, why we have been kept in the dark. Nevertheless, I am eager to learn from the engineers about what the city can do to create adequate drainage on North Beach. Drainage is a basic city service that the city is required to supply to its citizens by law, like clean drinking water and solid waste disposal. Yet on North Beach, we have not been receiving drainage for over 50 years. Everyone who lives here has dutifully been paying our utility bills and paying our property taxes year after year, but we continue to drive on streets filled with salt water at high tide or filled with rainwater during a downpour. Yet there is a solution. Today marks an important milestone where Council is tasked with moving from Phase 1 engineering to Phase 2 of the Canal project. The naysayers would tell you that it's too expensive, we can't justify that expenditure, that we should just stop now and not that with this argument. Yeah. Hello?
Oh, go ahead.
On TV last night, the reporter was told by an unnamed council member that the price tag for the entire drainage solution could range upwards of $100 million or maybe even $200 million. Well, which one is it, 100 or 200? Those back-of-the-napkin projections are intended to kill the project and provide a justification for abandoning North Beach yet again. The bottom line is that if you really want a project to happen, you get creative and you work to make it happen. If you don't, you point out the obstacles and sit on your hands. Which kind of council will you be? Many years ago, after a devastating hurricane that devastated downtown Corpus, our city leaders bravely made the decision to fill in the bayfront with dirt and build a seawall to protect the city. Today, we remember those city leaders not by how much they spent, but by the vision and courage they exhibited in that landmark decision that forever changed the future of Corpus Christi. You are in the same position today. How will you be remembered? Thank you for your service to our city.
Thank you, Ms. Meyer.
Mayor, that concludes the public comment period.
Okay, great. Before we move forward with the rest of the agenda, I'd like to take a moment to recognize two mayoral proclamations. The first proclamation was given to the Delta Sigma Theta sorority declaring January 18th, 2021 as Martin Luther King Jr. holiday virtual celebration and commemorative march. We thank Delta Sigma Theta for finding
My
a way to
apologies.
honor Dr. King's legacy and service despite COVID-19 with the virtual march. The second proclamation declared today, January the 26th, 2021, as Claude Guathe Allen Jr. Day. The late Mr. Allen was a prominent leader in the Nueces County Junior Livestock Show. The proclamation honored and recognized his service to the agricultural and stock show communities in Nueces County. Next, we have Section F, City Manager's comments and update on operations. Mr. Zanoni?
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. Let me begin by remembering Captain Tim Smith, who was a firefighter who recently passed away this past Saturday. Mayor Guajardo, myself, and Councilman Molina attended his memorial service for Fire Captain Tim Smith, and I know Chief Roach is here. It was a beautiful service, limited at the request of the family, but just a perfect, sad but real moving ceremony. I told the chief it was just perfect in its execution, and I did thank the chief as well for, I know it took some time, Chief, to put that together. It was flawless, and I'm sure the family was most appreciative. We want to just spend a moment here with the mayor as well, just to recognize to the community that it matters to us, all our firefighters do. And Captain Smith was a 32-year veteran with the fire department. He passed away after a long and hard-fought battle against cancer, but he continued to serve while he had cancer. And a sad statement made was that he always expected to go back and serve as a captain. And that was his goal. So it was sad to say bye to him that day, last week, or this past weekend. Most recently, he was the captain at Fire Station number 17, which is on Yorktown Boulevard in City Council District 5. With the mayor allowing, we want to just take a moment of silence and remember Captain Smith this morning. Thank you, everybody, for doing that, and thank you, Chief Rocha, for everything you did to help that family. The next item, Mayor, is a couple of comments on the Harbor del Sol. I know the mayor and many of the council members have received some rather odd emails and maybe even text messages. I know I've received them. The Harbor del Sol is a private marina by the Marina del Sol condominiums, just not too far down here on Ocean Drive, near to Cole Park. The Harbor del Sol suffered some significant damage from Hurricane Hannah that hit this summer. And there was a complete loss to their wooden piers. They had a wooden pier system, walkways and docks. There were 79 slips in the marina, and pretty much they're all gone at this point. But what's left, we can see from the street, from the park. The condominium owners can certainly see it, and it's essentially a pretty bad mess. The marina was full of the summer. The marina was full of construction or debris, I guess, from the piers, as well as sunken vessels. And some of those vessels still remain kind of tilted and jammed up on top of each other. It is the marina, the private property owner's responsibility to clean it up, but they do not have the funding or really the wherewithal or capacity to remove the debris in a timely manner and in a proper manner. So the city has been, since this summer, addressing this issue. I did want to just show a few pictures so we can show you all and the community what we're talking about. The AV is going to just run a few pictures that we took recently of the marina. This is an aerial view. Yeah, see some of the, just kind of keep them there for a few minutes, AV. Okay, let's go to the next one. See that one boat, that houseboat, you can still see it like that. It's private people's property, so we can't just remove it without due process. This is what you see from our beautiful Ocean Drive. Let's look at a few others here. You can see sunken vessels in this picture. They're still there below sea level. Let's go to the next one. Yeah, this was some of the pictures from the summer where that debris was washed up on the seawall. That's some of the stuff we removed. Let's go to the next one. Yeah, that's a good representation of what you see down there. Let's go to the next one. Yeah, there's another view. So people see this, our tourists, our residents that live right there. Let's go to the next one. This is some type of a makeshift, I don't know what that is, but let's go to the next one. Yeah, see the sunken vessels, and just the boats are really in bad shape to begin with. You can see that one on the left.
Peter? So it's my understanding, and just so council also knows, that it's been difficult for code enforcement to reach some of these property owners.
Right.
And so that has also caused a huge problem.
Right.
Because we can't find them, or there's no response. But I guess my question would be, ultimately, is this gonna end up falling back on the city?
Well, let me
Okay,
run through this, right, and Miles is here. He's been a key person helping. So as we can see, the marina poses a hazard to marine life and navigable waterways. That stuff can shift out into the bay. The city did agree to aid the marina in removing some of the debris that initially washed up after the hurricane. So this summer, if we just left it alone, that debris would have been on McGee Beach. It was already heading towards Cole Park. So we spent $86,000 cleaning up pretty much what was the docks and some boat debris. We really had no choice, otherwise that would have been on McGee Beach and we would have cleaned it up there. So we did do that, but in reciprocation, we've told the condominium, the boat slip owners that we want to get compensated for that, compensated back. In addition, Miles and the city has initiated criminal charges in municipal court against the owners who have failed to remove the debris in the sunken boats that you saw in this picture. We've used all the means we could, and are continuing to. So the courts, code compliance, good old negotiating, talking to as many owners as we can. Each one of those slip owners, the 79, are individually owned. Some owners own multiple, but there's numerous owners, probably over 50, I would say, Miles, 50 different owners. So the city's cleanup effort has prompted, as I mentioned, you to be contacted. We are continuing the efforts until the marina is is cleaned up by the persons that own those slips. And the city has requested that the slip owners grant the right to remove the debris. We want to go in, we're tired of seeing that houseboat and that, so we're willing to go in and clean it, but we need permission, but only a quarter of the slip owners have granted us permission. Yeah, so the city also has requested the Harbor del Sol Marina Association to transfer the rights and the slips and the assets to the city. Miles sent them a letter already. And then, in short, and I'm going to have Miles just say a few things, we're going to continue to address this issue until it's 100% resolved. The nature of the marina, given that there's 79 individual slips, a dysfunctional association, there's some squatting that's going on there, there's some illegal activities, we've had the police go as well. Makes it a tough project, but I want the community to know, and the mayor and council especially to know, that we have a dedicated team that includes our legal team, the police chief who just walked in, code compliance, and others that are focusing on it every week. And we've used a lot of means, including working with the GLO and the Coast Guard and some state agencies as well. Miles, did you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I'd like to say the problem is you have quite a few parties that are not performing their legal responsibilities to help clean up the marina. Slip owners, the Harbor Association itself, the boat owners, squatters in the area. And we've moved to hold the responsible parties responsible from a criminal standpoint, but we've also extended a hand of help to attempt to get them out from under the responsibilities that they can't handle. So we've done both in an attempt to provide a way to resolve the situation, but also a way to resolve the situation so that we're not just putting out a gift to private property owners.
Okay. Do you suggest us, if we get calls or emails, being that this has become, a bigger endeavor, to reference those to any particular person, or what would you say? Or maybe Chief Markle?
You can just forward those to me,
Okay,
and I will move those to the right personnel to answer them.
okay,
And but just know that our goal is to clean up the marina. Unlike what they say, it is not to take over and create another functioning marina. We already have one. We don't need another. But we have attempted to persuade the owners of the private property as to perform their duties as private property owners. But we are still respecting their rights. But with rights as a private property owner comes the obligation to keep it cleaned up and appropriately debris-free from the view of others.
great, thank you. Councilman Smith?
Thank you. I was out there last week, and the pictures were obviously taken earlier than that. It looks like it's cleaned up from debris pretty well. The issue that I saw is that these derelict or abandoned boats on it. So, and then we have 79 slips. The property owners that have the slip that's not occupied, that don't have the boats, we're saying we don't want to compete, but we want the marina. So there's a little bit of a disconnect there. I fully... You go and take a look at that marina, and it's not pretty. That houseboat sitting there with it, it could sink at any point in time. The condition of the boats in general, you can't get to them. There's no walkways that exist. You've just got a lot of piling sitting out there. But it is privately held. The piling, they look to be in good condition, but there's no access for the boat. So every one of the boats look abandoned. From that standpoint. But there's 79 slips. I don't know how many boats, but how do we treat the owners of the slips that don't have a boat? They're not in violation of anything then. I think we need to be careful respecting the private property owners, the ones that have the abandoned boats sitting in their slip. Of course, I think you're doing the right thing. Those boats need to be taken care of. You can walk out there on the jetty and get a great view on it, and it's a hazard. Besides being an eyesore, those boats may have some materials in them, hazardous materials, oils and things like that, that'd be in violation of different things. So I fully support you trying to get those boats out of there, but I think we do need to respect the property owners that have complied or tried to comply.
You have a good point. And actually, we are respecting the rights of the private property owners, and that's one of the reasons that has constrained us in our ability to respond. Some of them are responsible for the debris and old boats in their areas. Some of them are leasing informally some of their properties to others, but the individual slip owners who are not occupying their slips, we are only holding them responsible for the debris and boats in their slips themselves.
Yeah, and I had one citizen, why are we spending the $87,000, or why did we spend the $87,000 to do it? But going there, that it was obviously a public nuisance at that point in time, and I think the city did the right thing. So if that citizen is listening, we were looking after the better city. And then the houseboat that's sitting perched up like a diving board, it's quite a visual with it. So this shows a derelict city allowing that kind of boats being there. Now we're going on 4 years from that occurrence.
Yeah, so those, we've initiated code compliance sightings at this point, so there's probably numerous that have been applied to that boat owner or slip owner. We hope that soon the city will have to remove that boat. So we're working with the code compliance and the chief on that. Yeah, because it just looks dysfunctional. It doesn't make the city look good when you drive by.
And this is visible from Cole Park. So here our premier park, there you go look and you see this boat kind of perched in the air at a 45-degree angle. And
that's one of the reasons we're working on it.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Pusley, I think his comment.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. So is the condominium, are they planning on building the marina back? Have they said?
So they don't own, the condominium doesn't own the marina. They did initially when they first built the condominium, but it's they sold it off. It's a separate, not even related real estate.
So they have like their own owners association where they collect dues or something?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the marina has a board and they collect dues, and that was some of the issues where there was some theft going on with some of the dues, I think, as well. So, yeah.
Sounds like it's a mess from top to bottom.
It is.
So if we get this cleaned up, what do we do to help that from happening again?
Well, so one of our plan includes, go ahead, Mel.
That is one of the reasons that we've proposed to acquire some of the property rights within the marina so that we can prevent it from simply recurring. That's why we don't want to put another batch of public funding into the marina without having some of those property rights so that we can keep it from simply occurring all over again, which is what would occur if we didn't have some type of arrangement in place.
Yeah, so like any other development that would take place in the city, if we had someone who is going to develop a private marina, we should have some rules and regulations about how those are handled, I would assume.
Yeah, exactly. The city, coincidentally, Councilman, the city owns the underlying land, the bay bottom, and we leased the property to the then Marina del Sol, that when they. So, and there was some requirements, but they were pretty loosely written at the time. Yeah. We recognized that when we went back and looked at all the documents. So if there is ever a future recommendation that comes before the body here for some type of harbor like that, there would be more teeth in the contract.
Oh, good.
And let me clarify. Peter said lease, but he hasn't been the one. He hasn't been looking at the actual property rights. Decades ago, we actually granted a perpetual easement to the Marina del Sol to be able to have that Harbor del Sol operation. So we are burdened with that easement, and the only way to get out of it is to essentially get those property rights back in a somewhat voluntary fashion.
There may be a few people in here who remember, but I was living here when they built that, and it was a controversial project from the word go. So there were a lot of accusations about brother-in-law deals to make that thing happen. So unfortunate. Thank you very much.
Councilman Hernandez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. As a point of similarity here, we've had some of the similar problems over at Kings Crossing, but I've not seen the visibility that we have just given it to this marina. I was wondering if we could do the exact same aspect of that with the prosecution of the property owners over at Kings Crossing. That they believe they owe us over $100,000 in code violation. What is it? Assessments or fines and fees. Can we get that as well for Kings Crossing?
That would be a code enforcement request, but that's duly noted.
Well, I mean, it's similar in the sense that you have code violations that this marina has. We're putting a lot of attention. We've spent $87,000, I think you said. Well, we've spent over $100,000 at Kings Crossing. Can we get some similar visibility to that?
Yes, Councilman.
Thank you.
We got it.
Councilman Martinez.
Yes, Mr. Risley, with regards to the easement, many perpetual use easements that we see are kind of tied to using the property for what it was designated for. Do we have anything like this in this? And maybe I need to take a look at the easement itself, as far as if they're not maintaining it and using it as the marina, then it would revert back to the original person that granted it.
Well, yeah, and we did. That would be nice if it had that type of reversion language, and we have examined it in detail to find some way to just simply revert it. It would be nice if we could. One of the unfortunate things is they are still using it as a marina, just not a good marina. It's lost its walkways. It still has areas that they have. Some of the people have boats in. Some of the slip owners have boats in that are operable, but most obviously are simply either inoperable or somewhat abandoned boats. But yeah, that easement's available if you ever want to take a look at it. We did it at Peter's request. We did an extensive review of that easement to do a revocability analysis.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. I'm going to move on to just two other items real quick. One is just an update, more so for the public, because I know we've briefed the mayor and council with emails and texts of recent days, but on our mega vaccine drive and our senior homebound vaccinations that are both underway right now. So Nueces County yesterday received 5,500 Moderna vaccines. And this morning at 8 o'clock, the health department, City County Health District, began our fifth mega drive for phase 1A and 1B vaccines at the Richard Borchard Fairgrounds. And we have 500 doses. So in addition to those 5,000 that we're administering today, we'll do 500 doses at the same fairgrounds Friday as a second dose drive. Those persons will be notified via text message, and it's by appointment only pretty much, because it's just those persons that got a first dose. So we'll have 500 additional people this Friday. At the completion of today, we expect to vaccinate 5,000 more persons, so we'll have vaccinated a total of 14,000 at the conclusion of today. Now, we know, and we've received a lot of great comments, and we appreciate Mayor Guajardo and the council members' individual and steadfast attention on this, and this is providing vaccines to homebound seniors. And today at 9 o'clock, Chief Roach's team, a team of 5 what we call squads, a squad is 2 fire EMTs, emergency medical technicians, began going to the homes of homebound seniors, providing the vaccine as well. We have about 200 vaccines that we'll provide through today, tomorrow, maybe a third day, and we're hopeful we'll get some additional vaccines this week. The goal is to do about 400 to 600 homebound vaccinations a day with the fire EMTs. And today and this week, we're focused on those seniors that have signed up with Meals on Wheels program. And so earlier in the week, we already contacted those individuals and asked would they like a COVID vaccination. So we know who exactly says yes, and that's how the chief's teams are moving out. The chief will be providing me updates today on numbers vaccinated, and I'll forward it to the mayor and council. We want to let the community know, and the mayor and council know a little bit already, that we are focused on developing a in-city mega vaccine site that will be equivalent to the numbers served at the Borchard Fairground. And the concept we're working on is that we would do a drive at the fairgrounds 1 week, and then the next week, all those vaccines will be done in the city's location, in the in-city location. We're looking at several areas to include the American Bank Center, Whataburger Field, there's a few others, but tomorrow, an important note is that tomorrow an interdepartment, interagency team will meet to kind of finalize the plans so we can secure a location and then discuss all the logistics that'll come with that. The police chief has had his teams for many weeks now working on in-city traffic patterns, so that's not something we start tomorrow. All those are ready. Once we tell the chief what location we're going to select, then he can activate and refine the traffic scenario. So the key thing to know is that right now, each week, we're getting about 5,000 vaccines. And up to this point, they've all been administered at the Borchard Fairgrounds and forgetting the city name up there in Robstown. But we hear loud and clear we need something more central to the city of Corpus Christi. And so that'll take place beginning next week. We expect to do a smaller number as a test run. And then the following week will be the week where we'll do all the vaccines at that city in-site location, and then we'll alternate back and forth. So that'll provide the region and the city with those choices. There'll be additional homebound vaccinations as well, and we appreciate Chief Rocha for being a great team member and getting his teams out there this morning.
Right.
Mayor, did you want to add anything to that? I just have one other item after that when you...
Yeah, I just want to, well, first thank you and the council, because it just as it has been a very important point for the council members in their districts and our constituency as a whole. It has been extremely important, obviously, to us and the team that works behind the scenes, because we understand, we see the emails. It is constant, you know, and I understand that my own parents can't drive to the fairgrounds. So it's very important that Corpus Christi, as the 7th largest city in Texas, is served by the state inside of these city limits, and we don't have to ask people to leave. Although, you know, there is, again, we're in unprecedented times, and we understand that, and the fairgrounds absolutely serve a very, very, well, it's a mega. You know, we don't have that kind of facility inside, so it's been a good partnership, and it will continue to be. But I'm just very, very happy today that in the last couple of days, we finally got everything moving forward so that we do have something for everyone to be able to say they, you know, we all heard from you, council members, that we're gonna have something set up here inside the city limits. So thank you, everyone involved, Chief Rocha, Chief Markle, our health district, and Peter. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. And then just one other thing, we're gonna take a kind of a commercial break and watch a video. So the city has many capital projects underway, but I did want to highlight three major ones. So Ocean Drive is underway. We've labeled that Revive the Drive, and they're doing some great work down there. We're going to be repaving the entire stretch of Ocean Drive from Ennis Jocelyn all the way to I-37. It's about a $12 million project. Ayers Street in City Council District 3 is a very significant project that's underway as well. And then Morgan Avenue near downtown here by the Trauma Spawn Hospital is also making significant improvement. These three projects total $33 million. And we have two strong contractors. We need our private sector contractors as much as the city's performing in streets. We can't do it alone. And so Haas Anderson is doing a great job on two of these projects, and then Bay Limited is also doing a great job on Morgan. So we're going to show you this video real quick, and that'll conclude the manager's report.
The city's Engineering Services Department, in partnership with the Public Works Department, is currently working on 3 major street projects. The Revive the Drive Ocean Drive Rehabilitation Project spans from Ennis Joslin Road to Interstate 37 downtown. The plan focuses on restoring the city's most popular seaside route and will improve mobility and connectivity. The $12.8 million project includes 3 layers of roadway, which includes removal of 6 inches of existing pavement material, installing 4 inches of structural asphalt base, and overlaying 2 inches of the final roadway surface. Traffic control, pavement markings, bicycle lane markings, and new signage are also part of the improvements. Construction is currently underway for the section between Ennis-Joslin Road to Robert Drive. This segment is approximately 2.3 miles in length and is about 40% complete. The project is scheduled to be completed by October 2021. The next project, which began in January 2020, is Morgan Avenue. This project is divided into 2 sections: Crosstown Expressway to Staples Street, a bond project worth $6.3 million, and Staples Street to Ocean Drive, also a bond project worth $5.2 million. The project scope consists of new sidewalks, ADA ramps, curbs, gutters, asphalt roadway, and underground utilities. This project is currently on schedule and approximately 70% complete. The third project is Ayers Street. This construction project also started in January 2020 and includes new stormwater culverts, new sidewalk, ADA ramps, curbs, gutters, driveway adjustments, signal improvements, roadway widening to add a center turn lane, new roadway asphalt, and underground utilities. The project is divided into 2 phases. Phase 1, which includes the southbound lanes from South Padre Island Drive to Galahar Road, is expected to be completed in April 2021. Phase 2 will include the northbound lanes from South Padre Island Drive to Galahar Road. For the latest updates on all city road projects, you can visit www.cctexas.com/streetinfo.
Okay, okay, Mayor, that concludes the city manager's report. I did want to thank Jeff Edmonds and Richard Martinez, our 2 leaders in our engineering and streets department. While the private sector is performing that work, we do have oversight and inspection services, and we're making sure the projects are staying on schedule and on budget and with high quality. So
That's
we're doing
exactly
good.
what we want.
Yeah.
Thank you, and thank you for the update. It's a great video. Yes, sir. Oh, absolutely. I'm so
Is it
sorry.
okay if I ask a question? Peter, thank you very much, and I want to echo what we've all said many times, and that is you and your staff and everybody connected, Chief Rocha and his staff and CCPD have just done an outstanding job at trying to help us do a balancing act on this mega distribution center for the vaccines. But as you all know, we're still getting flooded with communications from residents here in Corpus Christi about a number of things, one of which is when are we going to do this inside the city limits of Corpus Christi? And I know the mayor's been working very hard to make that happen with you, Peter, and I appreciate that effort. I think the overlying comment that I get, and I'm hoping that you could address this because I don't know the best answer for it, and that is we have a number of elderly people in this community, and I know we're addressing some of that through the Meals on Wheels program, but there are a lot of people who are not participating in Meals on Wheels. And is there some way we can figure out a registration process to where people who qualify as elderly, and I don't know what that date cutoff is, my grandkids look at me and say, "That, where's the old guy at?" But you know, we have witnessed over and over again when we get the information about who has passed away as a result of COVID, it's usually elderly people. And so for us to be responsible and reactive to that, I think we have to figure out a way where we can address that problem other than just what we're doing. And maybe the next 5,000 or next 10,000 doses we dedicate to that through some sort of registration process. But I'll let you address that,
sure.
Peter. I don't know the best answer to that.
Well, I appreciate you bringing that up, Councilman Pusley. So a couple of things. One, the state has said we have to, when they give us the vaccines, use it for both 1A and 1B. We can't just give it to 1A, which is the senior. But having said that, we are doing this in layers. And so the homebound meal registration is step one. Step two is we serve about 600 seniors at our senior centers. They're more mobile, and they go to our senior centers every day to pick up a meal. That's going to be the next 600. And then there's about 400 seniors that are registered with the city through Home Companion and other senior programming. In our Parks Department, we have a good registry of seniors, and we have many senior programs. So we're going to be able to affect about 1,200 seniors just with the city's programs. At the same time, we are working, part of our business plan includes a pre-registration effort for seniors and broadening that beyond that first 1,200. And so those are some of the concepts we're looking at. The in-city vaccination drives that'll take place. They will begin next week in a pilot way, about 500 vaccines.
Right.
The following week, all 5,000. Some of the things we're looking at is registration for seniors and us actually helping them register. So we have a phone bank at the health district, and we use that this summer to answer calls about how do you get tested and what is COVID anyway. We're going to use those persons to potentially register seniors to give them more certainty so they don't have to wait in line. So there's many actions that are underway right now that people don't see necessarily, but soon we're going to be announcing with the mayor and council members some of these steps to address more and more seniors that just don't have the strength or the ability to wait in long lines or
Yeah, I mean, we've
want
got
some
people going
registration
to the
certainty.
fairgrounds that went to the fairgrounds at 10 o'clock last night.
Yes, sir.
And
Right.
slept and stayed all night. I mean,
That's just right. That happened all 4 times prior.
that's cruel and unusual punishment.
It is.
Well, that's why we're doing these other programs. So they're underway right now. Right now, Chief Roach's crews are in the homes of seniors in the city.
So is there a way, Peter, that we could have a registration? And I know you
Yeah.
expressed to me personally your frustration with the first time y'all did the registrations. People who had registered showed up at the fairgrounds with 6 other people in the car who were not registered.
Right.
And y'all were kind enough to go ahead and vaccinate those people. But
Right. Yeah, we're working
this
on
call for us saying, unless you're registered, if you show up not registered, you're gonna get turned away. I mean, do we do that?
Well, we're going to go kind of beyond that and just have appointment only. So there would be a designated time slot where they would come in.
Okay.
And so the focus will be on some of these drives and some number of vaccinations would be for registration only.
Because it's my understanding that's the way Spawn Hospital is doing it. You call them,
Right.
they give you a time, and if you show up any other time, you don't get vaccinated.
Exactly. And then another partner that'll be doing this soon is Driscoll Children's Hospital. Dr. Peterson, the CEO there, applied to be a mega site, and her process will be appointment only.
Yeah.
So improvements are coming. We want to remind you and everybody that this is only week 3, more or less, in the mega vaccine.
Yeah.
No, I appreciate all your hard work. I
We
really do.
understand.
And Councilman Lerma will remember our superintendent, Dr. Nelson, used to have a famous saying. And she would tell us all the time, we're building the track while the train's coming at us.
Right.
And so,
That's about right.
so I think that's kind of where we are in this process.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
If I may, Councilman, I think the best thing that we can do at this point, because as Mr. Zanoni just mentioned, this is a constant, literally, every day. We have conversations, whether in some way, shape, or form. I can't even tell you. Sometimes when I'm talking, I refer to him as Victor, my husband, because I'm like, I talk to him so much. But we have so many, I've done it a couple times, so many conversations. It is a constant effort. And I think the best thing we can do right now is to tell, in regards to the homebound, because you're absolutely right. They are our most vulnerable, and we need to focus. We have to. The best thing to do right now is say it's underway and it's going to expand, because the other part of the expansion, of course, it's the registration, which we can set up a phone bank and do it very, very organized in that sense of it, especially for the seniors. But the other part is the distribution. We don't have, 300 firefighters or even 100, firefighters that can go out every single day. So there are other things, though. I say that not to say, well, what can we do about that? Those conversations are also being had in terms of how do we get more administrators out there somehow to
Right.
do these minis, like minis. I'm thinking neighborhood. But anyway, those conversations are being had, and it's amazing what this team and Peter has really all of us have undertaken.
Well,
Because-
again, I want to reiterate how much
Thank
I
you.
appreciate all the work that you are doing. I think it's absolutely commendable. I know you're doing the best you can, and I was on the radio this morning, and I said, please be patient with us. We're trying. If we had 50,000 doses tomorrow, we could run that operation 5 days a week.
You're right, exactly.
So, it's
Yeah,
just a
maybe
tough
that's a good point to
situation.
end on, which is that it's really a supply-demand issue, and the community may not understand, but we don't control the vaccine, the actual product. It comes in from the federal government. We're ready to go. We could do 5,000 a day, every day, from now till July, but the issue is we only get 5,000 a week from the federal government, so that's part of the dilemma. However, indications are we're gonna start getting more, and so things will improve as time progresses.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Lerma, you have a comment?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Zanoni, your staff has done a great job. You know, I'm pleased. We've been out there. We all saw it. It's running really, really smooth. But my concern, just like Councilman Pusley, is the seniors in the city. Those that don't have phones to call in, those that don't understand the computer process, how to register. That is my concern. You know, that's a big concern. We have people out there that can't communicate the way we, the modern, get on our computers, top the computers and all that. They don't have the slightest idea how to touch them. My dad's one of them. He still has an old flip phone. Doesn't even know how to text on it. I mean, thank God he got a shot, okay? But those are the citizens that I'm concerned about, is the ones that don't know how to communicate to us.
Right.
We have to find out where they're at, which households they're at, and we need to go to them. That's our concern. But you're right, getting only 5,000 a week is not gonna cut it.
Yeah.
Until we get that 10, 15,000 a week,
Yeah.
then we can have a different team that's attacking that area. But those are the people that are most vulnerable.
Right, and so,
You know, I get some texts from the people, neighbors of mine that are elderly know about it, but, you know, they can't, like my Councilman Pusley says, they can't wait in line
No.
4 or 5 hours. I mean,
Yeah.
these are people that are in serious condition.
Yeah.
That's what we need to find out. Where are they? Do we need to send teams out there house to house just to find out where they're at located and then come back and report? I don't know how to do it,
We'll
honestly.
add that to the list, so
You
we
know,
can
but
address that.
that's the big concern.
Thank
yeah.
you, Councilman
Thank you.
Lerma. Councilman Molina?
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I appreciate the efforts by the fire department and our parks department to reach those homebound seniors. Right now, I think it's a step in the right direction, but to your point, there are many more out there that we need to be able to get to. And I think, you know, this is something that, it's a moving target, something that we need to adapt week to week to make these improvements. One of my questions was, Peter, do you know if, and when I say us, I mean the city, the health district, are we working on any messaging that encourages those who meet or those who don't meet the Phase 1A, 1B requirements to be patient and wait their turn, so that we do have those vaccines available? Because I know they're finite right now. We're getting them week to week, and we have such need in our senior community for those vaccines. And I think it's important that those who don't qualify for those phases right now wait until their phase comes up, so that we can reach more of those who are vulnerable in our community.
Councilman, I'm not 100% sure, because we have the city and the county both, while we collaborate together, we're both issuing messages through social media, through news releases. I think probably not, maybe doing some of that, but not enough, based on what you're saying this afternoon. So I'll go back and look to see if we can increase the amount of awareness campaigning that we're doing in that area. That's not a problem. Both sides have internal and some consultant staff as well. So we can do that. That's an important message. We've done it here in some of the Tuesday briefings. I know the mayor has, and so we can strengthen up that area, because you do raise a good point. It's an important issue.
Yeah, I understand you don't want to turn anybody away.
Right.
But, I know in my visits to the mega site, at least the perception is there that you've got younger people that don't necessarily meet the Phase 1A, 1B requirements or eligibility, and they may or may not have underlying conditions that put them at risk. But when you're out at the site and you see you see hundreds of people there, and there are some that look young, they look fit, they look healthy, and at least that perception is out there that there's people that are more or less taking advantage of that, of the vaccine distribution. So if we could just keep that in mind. Thank you.
Sure. Yes, sir.
Okay, great. We'll move on to section G. And item 1 is the approval of the minutes. Are there any corrections or revisions to the minutes, Councilman? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to section J. Item 2 is a briefing regarding the North Beach Canal project by Lockwood, Andrews, and Newman, Inc., or LAN. Mr. Zannoni?
Yes, thank you. Steve Gilbreth is going to present this afternoon, but I'm going to do just a little context setting, especially since we have several new council members on our dais and council today. So, as the mayor said, this item is a briefing on North Beach. It's the what we've called Phase 1 report, and it'll be presented by Steve Gilbreth. He's the vice president, and Scott Harris, associate regional manager with Lockwood, Andrews, and Noonan Incorporated. This briefing item is just that. It's a briefing, and so there's no city council action required today. There are some next step recommendations, and I'll go over those in a moment. Just to give the community and the council some background context, it was on December 17 of last year, 2020, that City Council passed an ordinance that authorized a navigable canal on North Beach. And the ordinance stated that the cost should not exceed $41.2 million. And the ordinance also said that the canal should be completed 3 years from now by January 1, 2025. So consistent with that ordinance, staff commissioned a report to answer 2 questions initially. One, what is the project? Because there's still, all the way through last fall and up to that ordinance, there wasn't clarity on what the canal project was. Where would you get into the canal? What would be its width, depth, that type of thing. And then second question the consultant was tasked to answer was, will it work? Will it work as a drainage facility, and would it be navigable? Would the water have quality enough to have a navigable canal? So 2 questions that they're going to answer today. 1, what is it? 2, will it work? The contract with LAN was entered into on June 23rd. It's a $500,000 contract that the city paid for. And it defined the project scope. It looked at drainage impacts, water quality, some regulatory requirements. LAN in the report provides 2 canal entrance options that you'll see today. And LAN was, and based on their contract, to deliver the report to the city and present to council before the end of January. And they're doing that today, so they meet the timeline. This is another good example of getting things done on time as we move forward. So Steve's going to go over these, but let me just go over them here real quick. Some of the major findings of the report are that after some substantial elevation of the peninsula, if you elevate 85% of the peninsula, at some points with 6 feet of elevation and on average 2 to 3 feet of fill, 85% of the peninsula, if you raise it, then the canal would help in a rain event, and they studied up to a 50-year storm event. However, the canal won't have any impact on a tidal event, one not from a hurricane, but one just from wind. If a high tide of more than 3.5 feet, a substantial portion of the peninsula would be inundated with water, and so the canal will not help under that scenario. That's important to point out. The canal certainly will not help if there's a a tropical storm or a hurricane. We saw 4 of those this summer, including 2 hurricanes, Hurricane Hannah and Laura, and then 2 tropical storms, Beta and Delta. Both those put significant water inundation onto the peninsula. And it was important to see that because the canal, as the report will tell us, will not do anything to address that. That would still continue. The report also talks about the drainage solution of a canal in and of itself won't work, and so far as you need some additional drainage. And so there's some underlying or underground drainage today that would have to be all redone and diverted to the canal. Additionally, the report looks at water quality, and they're able to design a canal where the water quality would be in decent shape. The report also focuses on traffic impacts, and so today there's about a dozen ways you can go from the east to the west on that peninsula. All those, think about it, would be eliminated if you had a canal bisecting the peninsula. And so you would replace those with bridges with pretty long approach spans, and they'll show you some copies or some examples of that, but that's an important note and something we have to study more, which is what's the impact of traffic. Basically, with this design, it puts 12 intersection points all into one, where also 181 dumps into the new bridge, so that's a concern for the engineers. Just some things to point out that the report does not discuss, because we didn't authorize that or buy that service. As we go through this afternoon, it does not look at any utility conflicts. The report, as I mentioned, doesn't look at storm surge so much as a rainfall event. There's no detail on the design of the canal, including bulkheads. The report doesn't look at sedimentation modeling, beach erosion, what permits would be needed. It doesn't look at real estate, what do we own, what would we have to buy. It has no cost estimates. This is an important point. We didn't buy that service right now, so we don't have any cost estimates of what the canal would be. There's no cost estimates for the storm water replacement system. There's no cost estimates or really any discussion on a seawall, if that was desired to minimize the impacts of storm surge. There's no analysis on environmental mitigation, no bridge costs, and no permitting discussion really in that report. So that's important to point out. What the council authorized in terms of this $500,000 contract were the 2 questions, and that's what's going to get answered today. What is it, and will it work? And I just kind of went over some of those answers in terms of will it work. So at a future council date, again, this is not for council action today, it's just a briefing. This is very important, as the existing or the returning council members know, and for the 3 new council members, this is a significant policy issue for the city because we care about North Beach. And you heard Carrie Myers, we want to improve that peninsula. It's a big part of the city. It's the entry point coming in from the north. We want to improve it. We want to make sure we're doing it right. And so one recommendation that we'll bring forward in the future is we do have 3 studies now. We have a study that was done by HDR, one done last year by Urban Engineering, and then today's report. And so we're going to use, the staff would use those 3 studies. HDR was done in 2018, Urban 2020, and then today's 2021. And using those 3 studies, we'll bring back some recommendations on 3 options and how the council can proceed with some estimated cost and assessments for each one of those options. And so we'll talk more about that, but we just want to let you know that there is a next step being contemplated by staff, and that includes taking all the information we have rather than continuing to study and study. We'll come back with 3 choices with some cost estimates and see how the council wants to proceed. Clearly, this is a big policy issue of the council, and this is in your court, so to speak. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Steve, who's coming in from Houston, and he'll walk us through his report.
Peter,
Yes.
real quickly, I'm sorry, Mayor, I know
It's
you're
okay.
busy.
Go right ahead.
Before you start, some of us were not here when the council adopted they set aside or appropriated $41 million for this project. And I haven't had a chance to go look the ordinance up. I apologize for that, to read what it said. But can you briefly tell us what the $41 million was supposed to pay for?
Sure. Well, just to point out, the ordinance did not appropriate $41.2 million for the reason that we don't have $41.2 million to appropriate. So that's the underlying issue. We need money to address drainage. What the ordinance says is in concept, we'd like to pursue this canal. And it said it shouldn't cost any more than 41.2. That number was from the urban engineering report. But it's not a level 2, as we call it in the business. It's not a refined estimate, so the staff is not too confident in that number, frankly. But so that's part of the issue, Councilman Pusley, is where are we going to get the money? Recall this last bond program that the community approved for a 2-year program, which will take about 3-4 years to execute, is $62 million. And that was primarily for streets. There was some parks in there and some public safety. So 42 million is a big number in our city. Our last bond program was 62. That would mean forget about any streets and parks and public safety. We're going to put it all into a canal, just to give it some context. Yes, sir.
Ready? Okay. Again, I'm Steve Gilbreth with Lockwood Anders and Newnham, project manager for this. And Mayor, council members, thank you for having us. We crammed, I think, about 300 or 400 pages of information into about 20 slides. So this is going to be fairly high level in terms of the presentation, but appreciate the opportunity to do this. I know it's important.
Move the slides forward, or we have to say? Just say next slide.
Oh, next slide, sorry. Okay. City manager did a pretty good job of summarizing what was in our scope at the bottom, but basically to answer the two basic questions that we were tasked with, does the canal improve drainage on North Beach? And it is a qualified yes. There are improvements that can be made. North Beach can be improved in terms of drainage. And can the canal serve as a navigable recreational water body? The answer is yes. And we'll go through, basically this presentation is to address those two issues, but we also looked at a few other things in addition to that. So again, we touched on, drainage, navigation, what water quality. I mean, you have this long proposed canal. You're going to have dead ends on that. What are some ways that you would improve water quality if the canal were constructed? And then we did have a consultation with the Corps of Engineers to look at what their disposition was, if you will, on the regulatory side and what would be required. This will be a major issue for them to review. So we wanted to at least touch base with them. And Scott Harris, our local regional manager here in Corpus Christi, did a pretty thorough analysis of traffic impacts and looked at options of our two options and how we could improve that and not be disruptive to the public. Next slide, please. And just qualifications of what was not in the report. We did not go through an exhaustive look at utility conflicts. On storm surge modeling, we did not do a storm surge model. Again, our focus was on rainfall drainage. However, we did do an inundation map, and what that was is we looked at high tide levels, the highest tide in a given year, and what would be somewhere around a Category 1, which you saw with Hurricane Hannah further down the coast, and just compared that to the topography. If you have this sustained higher water, what does that look like for North Beach? How much of it's underwater? It could be an inch of water. It could be several feet of water. And so, although we didn't do a storm surge analysis, we did do a comparison there. We did not do any kind of detailed analysis on the bulkheads. We came up with kind of an idealized bulkhead that would work for navigable recreational vehicles. Sedimentation modeling, we did not look at how often this thing would have to be dredged or maintained. That would be, in a future phase to look at. Beach erosion, one of the options does exit through and enter through the beach. We did not go through that. That would be, an entirely different study to look at in conjunction if you went with that option. So we did not do that. Permit acquisition, again, we consulted with the Corps of Engineers on the permit regulatory process, but we by no means have submitted anything or gone down that path. And detailed real estate requirements, Scott and his team did pull property owner information. For the most part, we came up with an option that stays within city right away, and so tried to reduce any impacts to private property. And then the big one is opinion of probable cost. We did not cost our two options out at this point, so just wanted to make that clear. Next slide. So this is an important, I'm going to spend a second with this one. So this is the elevation of North Beach. And what's important about North Beach is it's a pretty low-lying area. And, you know, it has issues on drainage in general. Although we didn't do a storm surge analysis, if you have a storm surge, just say of 7 feet or above, the areas in gray are the only areas that are not going to be submerged to some degree. If you see the areas in red and the areas in kind of the gold color, those areas are going to be inundated by, you know, a 6, 7, and even beyond that. So even though we didn't do a surge analysis, I guess you could derive that if you have a sustained surge level, you know, of 5 feet and above, North Beach is going to be underwater. This doesn't even really address the fact that you're going to have a rainfall event in conjunction with those. And so I think it's important just to know, starting off, you don't have a 12-foot seawall, you don't have, you know, raised elevations that I believe the caller or the public commenter had brought up. So this is a low-lying area. It is susceptible to flooding, both rainfall and surge. Next slide. So we'll just walk you through the existing drainage system. So the area in red would basically be on the west side of where this future canal would, you know, potentially be built. That is really draining away from the site. Really doesn't need to drain into the canal. That's a fairly new storm sewer system. So really the red area, we would just say, you know, it's functioning, no improvements related to the canal project. The areas on the east side, the blue area, basically go away from where the canal would be built currently. One goes south on the left side, the one goes north on the north side. But if you imagine that canal being located between the red and the blue areas, it won't drain there in its current state. And so that's important. You know, the study area is roughly about 184 acres. You would have to do a pretty significant modification to the storm sewer system to adequately drain it. Next slide. Actually, go back to the previous one. So one of the things I guess I want to make a point about is there are some certain issues with the current storm sewer system. The storm sewer system right now, and Scott and his folks went out and put eyes to this. It's, you know, full of sand in some areas. There's some connectivity issues. Some of it is submerged, and so the existing system is stressed, no question about it. One possibility is if the canal is constructed, you wouldn't have to do brand new storm sewer systems because it wouldn't drain to the canal anyway, but you have the opportunity to fix some of those issues that you're currently seeing in that system. So, next slide. So I didn't go through and give you everything that's in the report. This is a rainfall event. This is not a hurricane event, 100-year rainfall event, which is, you know, obviously a very extreme event. But just with stormwater alone, and we've got other storms that we modeled and are in the report, you can basically see that this is depth of water. So you're basically covering North Beach with water in a significant rainfall event. This is no surge with it. So just want to demonstrate there is a stormwater rainfall issue with this and a storm sewer issue. Next slide. So these are inundation maps, and let me spend a minute making sure I adequately describe this. This is not a rainfall event. This is that raising of the water, a surge event. 2 feet is a very high tide in the area. Basically, the area off to the north and to the north and west is a wetland area. You do want that inundated. You know, wetlands need water. That's where you should have water. But under this higher tide event, about 8% or 25 acres is inundated, largely in that wetland area, again, where you want it. So in this case, it's functioning pretty well. Next slide. 3.5 feet, that was the highest observed tide in our study in what we looked at in 2019. So 3.5 feet was our high tide. Under that event, you can see a lot more blue and a little less green. Even under that scenario, that event right there, and again, this is not a detailed analysis, just comparison between water surface levels and existing topography, you'd have roughly 30% of North Beach underwater to some degree. Again, you know, different depths based on the different elevations. So that potentially, you know, starts impacting the North Beach area pretty dramatically. Next one. So 6.5 feet. So there's nothing necessarily magical about 6.5 feet. And it kind of plays into something I'm going to talk about later about when we talk about filling the site. So 6.5 feet is pretty close to what everybody saw with Hurricane Hannah further down the coast. I think that was more like a +7, but anyway, in the ballpark, that was what, a Category 1 storm. So you're not talking about the worst hurricane. This is just, a low-level hurricane. And in this scenario, 97% of North Beach has the potential to be underwater to some degree. So we could do a storm surge analysis, but in effect, when that water gets up to 6.5 feet, North Beach is experiencing it. At that point, it's just a matter of how deep the water is and when you start impacting homes and businesses. And so when we talk about raising North Beach, as you can see from the inundation map, that's really what has to happen if you really want to impact storm surge. And it also impacts the rainfall event as well. But you're dealing with such a low-lying area, very similar to what had to happen in Corpus Christi to raise the elevation over like on shoreline, build a seawall. Right now, you don't have that here with these elevations. So we'll talk about, a potential fill plan. Basically, the results of this are you do have rainfall issues, you do have stress storm sewers, and you have limited hurricane protection at North Beach currently. Next slide. So here's the option. So we could have looked at a lot of different options. We took two basic ones. And so option one it's the longest of the two options. It's roughly 8,000 linear feet. On the north end, you have basically the ingress, egress of recreational vehicles in and out of the canal. We can try to avoid some of the wetland areas as much as possible. We'll get into it, but roughly the width of the main canal is roughly between 90 and 100 feet, and we'll have a cross-section and show that in a second. I wanted to show, it's circled on the southern end of this culvert and outlet to the bay. What we looked at was if you have an 8,000-foot canal, you're going to have a major dead end at the end of that canal, and we were concerned about water quality, and I'll touch on water quality later, but we went ahead and in public right-of-way said, let's put a 6x4 box culvert in there and have more of a flushing effect. So you have water moving on both ends of this thing, so you just don't have an 8,000-foot dead end. And we modeled with and without the culverts, and I'll show that. And it's pretty dramatic. You actually really do want that culvert in there on both ends. So that's option one. Next one. Option two. So this is one I've seen before in I guess previous reports and renderings, and this was where you entrance and exit straight out to the bay in kind of the central area. And so you wouldn't have that entrance and exit on the north end. So much smaller length. It's only 5,600 feet. We basically have a 60-foot wide. We only went 60-foot wide in this because you're not going to tie up boats on the main canal. You're just going to go in and out through that entrance canal. The main canal, we figured boats, would be more potentially tied up on both sides and maybe even have two-way traffic. So we have a little smaller width going out to the beach. We still have the culvert on the south side. Again, that provides great benefit to us. And Scott will talk about some of the at-grade crossings later. One thing I will say is that entrance and exit out to the beach, I don't want to pretend that won't have potential impacts to the beach erosion, accretion. There may be some structures that have to be built. We didn't go into any detail on that. We just basically looked at water quality navigation. So I want to draw attention. I don't want anybody to think there wouldn't be some impacts, and that would definitely have to be looked at in the future. Next. Next slide. There you go. So here's just a typical section of this, and there's a lot of numbers and things on here. The main thing to take away from this is it's roughly about 100 foot wide. It could be wider, it could be narrower. We get into talking about different vessels that we looked at that could navigate in and out of there. 100 foot wide is cheaper, I guess, and smaller than the Intercoastal Canal. But we looked at that and we said, we want to make sure vessels, if they again, we're moored on either bulkhead and you had two passing, that you had enough space to safely do that. We went with 10 foot deep. 10 foot deep, You don't necessarily need that for the type of vessels we looked at, but we did not look at sedimentation, but we figured it's gonna silt in over time. You're gonna need to dredge it out periodically, and so you don't wanna, if your deepest vessel's 7 feet, you don't wanna dredge it to 7 feet. You're gonna need, some compensation for tides as well as siltation in there. So our basic thing is 10 by 100 for this analysis. Just on the sides, generally speaking, we're looking at, building a retaining wall. That could be done by the city, a developer. We get into who builds it. We just looked at, from an engineering standpoint, yes, you need a bulkhead on both sides. Looking at the potential to have pedestrian walkways right adjacent to the bulkheads for people, walking up and down the bulkhead or getting off and on their boats. And then back from that, you can see the roadways. One thing I want to point out is you can gradually see as you get away from the canal, we're gradually raising the elevation of this. And that's important when I get to the fill plan, because basically we're looking at filling gradually from the bulkhead further out. So it drains better. And again, you have more protection from storm surge. Next slide. So design craft, Scott and his folks looked at lots of different vessels. Like I was telling the city manager, you could put anything you want in there if you want to, depends on what, somebody's got the biggest yacht and you want to, make it work, you can make it work. We looked a little more practically at likely sailboats, catamarans, cabin cruisers, motor yachts, center consoles, things you would normally see, things that you would normally see in the marina. So, and what we have here in the lower left, it's really an analysis of the boats coming in and out. Do they have enough turning radius for, I think what this is this a 50-foot vessel?
Yeah, 50
foot. So for demonstration purposes, we looked at that, looked at multiple vessels. So again, to answer the basic question, will this work? Absolutely yes. The 10-foot deep option works for these vessels. That's not an issue. The issue we had was vertical clearance. And so for certain sailboats, you have to have, much more vertical clearance. And we looked at, what's done over in Packery Channel. I think that was 14 feet, correct, Scott?
14 feet of Packery.
Yeah, and that has limitations. When we looked at this, we looked at, building bridges across sections of the canal. You're limited by your approaches and your slopes over the canal. And basically, we were limited at, to 20 feet. Now, you could have a vertical opening bridge. You could have a swing bridge if you wanted to go that route. But for now, we said, let's at least identify a constraint, and the 20-foot vertical clearance would be a constraint for the bridges that we looked at. Next slide. So I gave you kind of the existing conditions and the issues with drainage out there currently. We kind of took it a step further, and we said, okay, the question, how would you make this work? And so what we looked at is, first of all, if you put new storm sewers in and they tie into the canal, that's going to improve drainage. You have, like I said, you have a very stressed storm sewer system anyway. So that in itself would improve things. But if you really wanted to drain, the 100-year, the 25-year, 50-year rainfall event into that canal and reduce that map that was full of blue earlier, what we looked at was, raise, the eastern side towards the beach up to about 6.5 feet. That would maximize the storm sewers and their minimum slopes that they would have, and gradually fill down towards the bulkhead. And now, that's an easy engineering thing to look at. We did not look at what buildings were affected, what parking lots were affected. This is, if you long-term want to solve this problem, it's going to have to be raised. You're going to have to put new storm sewers in, and then, and effectively, yes, the canal would work as a drainage feature. So when I started this thing and said it was a qualified yes, a couple other things have to happen. The average is about 2 to 3 feet of fill over that from the canal up to nearly at the beach. The high point would be at the beach and again slope down towards the channel. This is just our way of saying if we have to make it work and maximize this, we can get the water out of this area and drain it into a canal. So to answer that basic question. Next. So water quality, so that was a concern of ours. We did have the Hart Research Institute on our team. They helped us gather information. They also reviewed our water quality modeling that we did. And there's a lot that goes into it. We look at water temperature, salinity, dissolved oxygen. But the big issue that TCEQ focuses in on is dissolved oxygen, and they do regulate that. And so there's two criteria that you could have for this. One is the bay, which has one criteria, the mean DO milligrams and liters of 5, minimum of 4. The inner harbor is 3 and 2. We don't know what they would classify this canal because it doesn't exist, and we didn't call TCEQ to find out either. So we just said, you know, let's look at what our potential options would be here. If you have low dissolved oxygen, you potentially have fish kills. You know, it's a bad situation. Not to mention it's a regulatory issue as well. So we looked at this. What we did was we took with the Heart Institute, we looked at a few years of data, and we took the driest, least windy condition over several days that would basically lower the dissolved oxygen. So we really did look at a worst case scenario for the past, I think it was 3 years. And I think it was in August of 2019, I think there were about 4 or 5 days that turned out to be the worst case. Next slide. So this is a little busy, and if you want to read the document, it tells you more, but I'll just really kind of summarize here. The culvert that I showed on the southern end is critical. You know, you can't just have one entrance point for a canal that long. You will have water quality problems. And so having a flushing effect through ends of that canal is absolutely key. So that's an important point. The other issue is that TCEQ is, you know, they monitor dissolved oxygen generally at the top surface of the water column. In some cases, in some of the bigger ship channels, they'll actually model it over the whole water column. And that's important because even under this worst case scenario, you marginally are okay for this really bad situation for dissolved oxygen measured at the surface. You'll be fine. You meet criteria. What your trouble is at the bottom of the canal. A 10-foot canal, you will have fairly low dissolved oxygen. So if TCEQ were to suddenly measure dissolved oxygen over the bottom all the way to the top, that could be an issue. And if you get into that issue with TCEQ, you could potentially be put on an impaired water list. That triggers the state to do what's called a total maximum daily load study, and that is a regulatory problem potentially for you. If that canal has poor water quality, that could affect discharge limits on other facilities. So it's a big deal. And so water quality is something, if you do go down this path, you could shallow up the canal. That would probably improve the water quality if you decided you didn't need 10 feet. So there's opportunities to engineer that away. But water quality is a bigger issue. Next slide. So I'm going to let the local person talk about traffic.
Thanks, Steve. Thank you, Mayor and Council. So what our report intended to do was basically look at local traffic, how it gets to 4 key destinations, and if a canal were built in the middle of this peninsula, either option 1, 2, or any option proceeding, going into the future, how would traffic be impacted getting to those 4 key destinations? What we did was we looked at the existing traffic patterns. How does traffic getting to the aquarium travel now? They exit the Harbor Bridge, they travel down Timon, they leave these locations along Surfside, Gulf Breeze, Gulf Spray, Burleson. There's several different streets that they currently use. So either going from the aquarium Lexington area, beach parks at the ends of some of these east-west streets, the condos and the villas there, and then the park at the north side next to the jetties. So we looked at those 4 key areas, the existing traffic and how the traffic flows now. Then what we did was we superimposed the canal onto our traffic patterns and looked at what that canal would do to those traffic. So how would now people get to the aquarium or to those beach parks? Which roads are cut off, et cetera. So the biggest impacts that we determined to traffic were, well, first, the projected average daily traffic is about 3,000 vehicles per day. That's a significant amount of traffic exiting the Harbor Bridge, and that's a projected ADT that we got from TxDOT. We did consult the Harbor Bridge project. We talked to TxDOT about their plans for the bridge and the exit at Beach Avenue, and got some data from them, not just for traffic, but we also got some drainage data from TxDOT as well. So one of the biggest impacts that the canal would have, and it's not necessarily because of the canal, it's just the congestion at Beach Avenue. And that's really, it's a Harbor Bridge-driven impact, not necessarily the canal. But with the construction of the canal, there are turning movements coming off of Beach onto Surfside and Timmin that would be a concern if a canal were constructed through that Beach Avenue intersection. And then really the biggest impact is the cutoff of most of the east-west collectors. And the city manager mentioned before, there's about 12 of them. I think there's about 6 significant crossings that are currently being used to get from the west side feeder road area over to the east side, the beach parks, the condos, things like that. We looked at all of those crossings, and then when it came for the, looking at the canal and what it would do, we realized that they'd at least need one crossing would be required for each of the options. Whether you're doing option 1 or option 2, you'd have to cross the canal vertically over it in some form or fashion. Now, with option 1, there would have to be a crossing at Beach Avenue. And then option 2, you wouldn't need a crossing at Beach Avenue, but you'd probably need a crossing down at Burleson, going over the canal that exits through the beach. So we looked at that. Next slide, please. And we tried to come up with several different ways to possibly mitigate those impacts. I've got a sketch up here, a kind of conceptual sketch of what a crossing would look like. There is a significant amount of real estate that would have to be considered when it comes to a crossing like this. When you're going 20 foot high above the canal, your approaches are likely about 180 foot, 200 foot long on each side of the canal. So there's a lot of concerns to think about when it comes time to design this thing. There's going to be property issues, driveway issues, just with these types of crossings alone. The traffic circle idea that you see there is something that could potentially work with option 2. It's a way to route traffic coming into North Beach off of that Beach Avenue and possibly improve another street, which I think is Reef Avenue there. This is just an example of a way to reroute traffic. I think if there were improved signalization at Beach Avenue, signage, striping, if there's a way to route traffic to the aquarium in Lexington along US 181, the feeder roads on the other side and down, there's several different ways to look at improving traffic and to mitigate those access and traffic concerns. So our report tries to address most of those, but again, as this goes forward with the design, we'd kind of take a look at individual intersections and individual needs, whether it be crossings or improved roads, one-way to two-way conversions, things like that. So the report just gives you ideas right now, conceptual ideas of things that you could consider in the future, not necessarily what's best or not going forward. I think that would have to happen in further phases of this in design as you get the concepts of this canal further along. So next slide, please. Steve, did you want to speak on the regulatory?
Yeah, this is just a summary again of our consultation with the Corps of Engineers. We had a subconsultant, BioWest, who looked at cultural resources, environmental resources. again, if assuming you went, we'll say one of the two options, there's going to be potential wetland issues. It's a major project in a water body. The Corps of Engineers will definitely want to take a look at it. Most likely it will be an individual permit. Those things, that you can hear people tell, oh, it's 6 to 12 months. It's going to be longer than that. It's going to be a year to 2 years, most likely, under that scenario. Threatened and endangered species, or analysis, probably not likely in that area. Cultural resources, there could be. We have an extensive information in our document about that. And those could be old slabs to historic buildings, who knows? It was just, likely for that area, there's a potential, and that would have to be looked at as part of the regulatory process. And again, had a good meeting with the local Corps of Engineers. They won't say they're going to give you a permit. They just, kind of give you some ideas that, yeah, this isn't, dead on arrival. But, until you package it up and submit it to them, that's when they'll comment on it. So, next slide. So just a summary of this, to answer the basic question, can the proposed canal improve drainage? Yes, it can. It can't do it just by itself. New storm sewer has to be done because it has to be routed to the canal if you want to use it. In itself, as I said, the new storm sewers would benefit greatly from what's out there currently. To get even more benefit from it, more protection, and to drain some of these larger storms, elevation of the island would be, or the North Beach would be ideal. That's a decision the city and landowners and so forth would have to take on. But from an engineering perspective, to hydraulically make that drain, that's really what you need. And can the canal serve as navigable or recreational water body? Absolutely. That would have to be a decision getting back to what vessel do you want to design for? What type of operation do you really want? Maybe you don't need as much as we've shown here. So, and again, maybe it's not the city's decision. Maybe somebody else goes in and develops that canal. That's not an engineering question, so we didn't address that. But from an engineering standpoint, yes, it can definitely be a navigable canal. So that concludes our presentation. Again, I know that was brief and fairly concise. There's a fairly large document you can read and get certainly further information from that. So any questions, we can certainly try to answer those.
Councilman Lerma?
This is more for the city. I know that the city of Corpus Christi believed in North Beach at a time, because if they didn't, they wouldn't have put the Lady Lex and the aquarium there, which is very important to the city. It brings in a lot of tourists. So do we leave North Beach the way it is the question. Do we not care about our Lady Lex? Do we not care about our aquarium? Do we not care about the residents that live there? Do we not care about taking care of the drainage problem is the main thing about North Beach? Mr. Zanoni, how many engineer reports have we had on North Beach? I know we've had several.
Yeah, we've had several, so 3 in the last couple of years.
Yeah, we've had
HDR, one done by Urban and Engineering, then this one today.
And all of them have come up with basically a ditch or a canal that is feasible and will alleviate some of the problems that we have on North Beach. I think that's what the reports have all said, basically.
Well, we're going to go back and look at the HDR one.
I'm sorry?
We have to. I have to refresh my memory on the HDR one, but they, as we expressed today, they all do have limitations as well.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Well, you know, councils before us, and I'm talking way back, the history of the city, they had a vision, and it became a reality, and it's your downtown area. That was the same height as North Beach was at one time. They knew the importance of it, that it needed to be raised, and yes, they had a vision to put a seawall there to protect it. I know that that cost a lot of money, okay? I think we need to continue to study this, because the solution is the drainage. You know, that's the most important part. We've never touched North Beach in I don't know, 15, 20 years, maybe longer. They deserve the same as any other community, any other subdivision that's being built at this time. It's important that we resolve their drainage problem out there, whether it's a canal or not, but the issue is the drainage. You know, we need to stop putting them on the back burner. We need to move forward. We need to have a vision for them, for our city, because that's part of our city. That's the entrance to our city. And it does bring tourists, whether we like, you know, whether you see it or not. Those two facilities that are on North Beach bring in a lot of tourists to Corpus Christi. We need to protect that, you know. Does it flood out there every time we have a strong rain? Yeah. You always see a foot of water out there. If we elevate it to 6.5 feet with fill dirt, it's going to alleviate something. It's not going to flood a foot of it, you know. Yeah, well, we're going to have to raise the streets with it, the drainages. Yeah, you can't do one without the other. We're not going to leave the streets at sea level and just raise all the houses at 6.5. Then you got all these canals going through there, right? That's not what we're looking for, you know. I just think it's very important that we, as a council, look into this. Let's move forward and get more study on this, you know, because it's important to us that what is going to be the cost of this undertaking, you know, as you mentioned. But us just sitting here not doing nothing about it isn't going to resolve anything. You know, and to me, it's just a very viable project that's a big undertaking, and I'm glad to see that we have an investor or two that are interested in this project. That will help, you know, but I plead to the council that we need to move forward for the next phase and just take a look at our costs and see where we go from there, you know. Thank you.
Yeah, can I just add a couple things, Mayor? So that is part of the issue. We need more investors, right, for the public infrastructure. But the city has invested. I don't have the number here today, but in our every bond program we've had in the past decade, I think, there's been significant investment in North Beach. In this most recent bond program, I said 62 million earlier. I'm mistaken. It's actually 75 million. But in that bond program, we have 3 million for expansion at the Texas State Aquarium. Also over $1 million for a new restroom on North Beach. So the city has invested in North Beach, and I have stated that since day one, which is I care about North Beach, and I'm going to give council recommendations on how do we improve that major entrance into the city. The La Vista Point property has a new name now, but that high-end apartment complex that is being built at the tip of the peninsula with a lighthouse that the city invested over I think $600,000, if I'm not mistaken, just shows more investment. The new bridge is going to have a lot of opportunity, open up a lot of land there. And so we care about it, and we have been doing something about it. So the council last year asked to progress in this way, which is to do this study. And we put it out to RFP immediately. Through our normal procurement process, it took a couple months to select LAN. They've been working, they're on schedule, and so for the past year, there's been a study underway. We've heard some comment that nobody's been doing anything. Well, we have. It's a $500,000 report that's presented today on time, as we said, so now we'll move forward on the next step. But I just want to point that out, that we care about North Beach. We know that the area needs to be improved. We know it's a gateway. Tom Schmidt and Steve Banta both listening to this meeting. I sent them the notice yesterday. They care. They're at the table with us as much as they can be at certain points when we're working on ideas. So just some additional comment on your comments, Councilman. We thank you for your interest in it. Yes, sir.
I just don't want us to see a $500,000 report get put on the shelf and let's just forget about it.
No, it won't be. So yeah,
it's been done in the past, okay, on some projects.
Yeah.
And we don't need to do that.
Right,
we need to move forward on it.
Exactly.
For the good of the city and the good of the people at North Beach, it's very important that we finish what we started. whether it's a canal, whether it's a ditch, whatever we have to come up with, but we need to resolve it, now, that type of thing. Let's not sit on it and just let it sit there and not do anything, I'll be honest with you, I've committed to the people in North Beach as their representative that we will resolve the drainage issue one way or another, and we need to do that, sir. We need to commit to them that they are part of the city. Okay, that's all. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Hernandez?
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to get some clarifications on some of your conclusions here. As reading through the binder, which I got on Friday, spent a lot of time. Good thing we have a pandemic, I guess, so it's keeping you at home. Bad joke there. Okay, so looking at the conclusions, the current drainage system does not work. Is that correct?
I would say I use the term stressed. I mean, parts of it probably.
Well, I know you said stress. That's why I'm asking specifically.
It could use improvements, yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm going to interpret that as it doesn't work like it should.
Yes.
Okay. So your recommendation is that this is applicable, or this can be done, and it can work for drainage, with some caveats that it has to be between 8 and 10 feet depth, and I'm assuming that's from sea level.
Yes.
Okay. And that we increase the areas 2 to 3 feet to where you get to a mean level of about 6.5 feet above sea level.
Yeah, 6.5 is at the upper
at the high
end,
point,
and then it slopes down.
It slopes down.
So the average is 2 to 3 feet of fill if you just averaged it from the bulkhead up to that point.
Okay. And then with that, you also have to change the drainage that is currently silted in or has sand all in it and doesn't really drain, in order to drain towards the canal to make that improvement.
You have to literally redirect everything.
Redirect it towards
goes in
canal, because
opposite
right now it's
directions.
going north-south,
Yes, sir.
correct? Okay, so everything would have to be changed east-west.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm assuming you can still use components of the north-south, just connect it to the east, to the canal.
Components meaning?
Well, I mean, you have
That was that question I had asked, Steve, can we reuse any of the infrastructure today? You said no.
No.
It's completely.
It's just not usable because it does.
Salvageable, yeah.
It just doesn't work, right?
With
Yeah, so
salinity and
why
all that,
try to
I wouldn't
rework
use-
something
yeah.
that doesn't work?
Yeah.
Understood. Okay, and then also you had some concerns about traffic. Now, as I understand, the new bridge is going to limit the entrance into North Beach to the north end, to where at the very end, right? So you would have to have either a crossing over there, depending on how you set up your options of where it comes in, where it has to cross over so you can get to the other side, right? So you can travel up to either the Lexington or to the aquarium, which is on the south end of the island, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Or you keep everything on the west side of the island and then cross over where they have the culverts, but you wouldn't be able to cross over there. So you're recommending at least one crossing at some point in order to get to that side.
Yeah, it largely depends on how the canal design proceeds. If the canal proceeds similar to option 2 with that shorter canal, there's less impacts on traffic and crossing the canal. Your beach avenue would be very similar to how it is today with an at-grade crossing with a culvert going underneath that road. But all of these really depend on how the canal design proceeds going forward. So, if that option 1 was truly how this was going to go forward, where it curves around and exits by the jetties, then you would definitely, it would, Beach Avenue, there'd be congestion issues coming off, right turn movements, and you would need a crossing to not just get on North Beach, but actually more to get out of North Beach. And that will impact, because of the size of that crossing, it would impact the residential areas around that crossing because of the real estate that you would have to take up.
So in other words, you're trying to say is in order to minimize the requirement for that crossing, you'd want to design the canal to where you didn't have as much traffic in those areas.
Correct.
Yeah, okay, so there's still a lot of unknowns here in terms of what the design's going to be, where the entrance point into the canal might be, what kind of, studies that would need to be done on whether or not how much dissolved solids, the depth of the canal, so there's still a lot of unknowns, correct?
Yep. Correct.
Okay, one other thing, and this kind of struck me because where you did where you showed the inundation with the maps, I noticed that on the other side of where the road is, where you have that development, where the lighthouse was, where the city manager had mentioned, there was nothing there specifically in terms of, did you not model that area?
So our study area was, didn't include the other side of 181. This was really focused on looking at the drainage, and there's a significant investment by TxDOT to improve drainage along the feeder roads. A lot of new structures, culverts, things that kind of collect it together and move it out towards the Rincon Canal to the west.
As I understand, there's no drainage issue on that side currently, even before the improvements.
You talking about the western side, Councilman, or the eastern?
Yes, the western side.
The western side of 181 or the western side of Surfside and
Western side of 181, where you have those canals over there.
The homes.
Yeah, there's
homes.
Yeah, that's not
So
part
those-
of our area that we looked at.
We don't have any city drainage there. It's just those canals, right?
I think there's limited drainage there, but TxDOT on that western
Those
side.
canals work over there, right?
Yeah. TxDOT on that western side put in all new drainage infrastructure that drains to the Rincon as part of the bridge
Yeah,
project.
I don't recall any complaints on drainage on that side.
I don't know. Is
Or,
Jeff
you know,
Edmonds-
before they made any improvements.
Yeah, he's online. Jeff Edmonds is online. I'm not sure if he's been around long enough. Have you heard any complaints, Jeff, on drainage on the Rincon channel side?
No, sir. I believe they're close enough to the Rincon, and they have easy access to drain into that. So I have not gotten any complaints from that
Yes,
side.
sir. Thank you.
Okay, lastly, I think, and I looked at on tab 7, where you have your phases and what you're looking at in terms of phase 2, which we talked about. City manager had broken it up into, and it includes 30, 60, 90% to final construction documents for bidding, beginning to resolve third-party utility conflicts in the project area, complete right-of-way and real estate property acquisitions, which you had mentioned, and complete permitting process. But it doesn't talk about possibilities for best options for design, right? Is that not going to be part of that?
Or Peter, do you want to?
So part of the decision would be, do we continue to do additional study work? The recommendation we're saying is, let's take the 3 reports that we have so far, the ones that Councilman Lerma talked about, and bring something forward to council to say, based on the findings so far in the 3 reports, these are the options to improve drainage, and these are the 3 choices the city staff's recommending. We'd have to get some level 1 cost estimating and bring those forward to the city council to make a selection to see how to proceed.
Also, the part of this is also cost estimates, right? There's some cost estimates
Right,
associated with
so-
that. That
right.
was not listed on your phase 2 portion here.
That would be part of what you're.
That would be
Yeah.
part of it, right?
Yeah, so part of, when we did the RFP, it's somewhat open-ended in that we'll come back to council if we need additional services. We may need to use LAN for some cost estimating, and that's within the scope of the RFP and the contract. So to be mindful of taxpayer money, we're taking this incrementally, rather than saying we're gonna buy all this from LAN, we said, let's buy this, see what council thinks, buy this, buy that. So we're taking it incrementally to be conservative and spending, but we do want to remind us that we do have those 3 reports where we have a lot of material we can glean from with some cost estimating. We'll bring back 3 options to the council on how we can fix the drainage. That would be the staff's recommendation on how to proceed forward.
After going to phase 2 or before?
No, before, although we may need some phase 2
So
cost
would
estimating.
you need a motion or direction to move forward?
No,
Well, I mean, I think the idea here is to continue this process moving.
That's what we're going to do. That's the staff recommendation.
So I think that would be an idea, an option to do a motion of direction to continue this process and proceed on to phase 2 or with your options. No,
Yes.
no, motion direction, this is part of the direction. We're not asking for a specific, we're not voting on a specific action. It's just a motion of direction.
We can check with
And we
Miles,
can
maybe.
have, I don't know, maybe our city secretary or
Miles will
attorney
address the
give a
issue, yeah.
parliamentary.
I think I assume the motion of direction is simply to bring something back to the council, because unless you do an appropriation, you don't have anything funded.
Well, there's nothing would be funded right now. You still have to do the negotiation for, this is an engineering contract, correct? You would still have to, I don't know if you'd have to do another RFP or piggyback on
No.
this RFP and then do a
The latter.
negotiation of a pricing.
Yeah.
There's still things, there's nothing for us to approve for appropriation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So, I mean, that wouldn't be a part here. That wouldn't apply.
I think I need you to clarify exactly what you're attempting to do, Councilman.
Well, this is something from what the city manager had did previously in separating this particular contract into 2 parts, phase 1, phase 2, where there's no utility work that was done on this particular one, and there was no cost estimation, right? So it was the assumption that when this was separated, that there was 2 parts to this. We were going to determine whether it was feasible. We've got a report saying back that it's feasible. Okay, did I misread that? It did say YES.
Well, under certain conditions, as a consultant said,
Right,
if you
right.
put a lot of infill and reroute the drainage
But
system that's there.
it is
under cer-
feasible.
After certain conditions are met, yes.
Yes, right. The
We
the
gotta have
answer is
both
yes.
parts in
So
there.
then we get to a second point of, do we move forward? And if it is feasible, the answer is yes, with the certain conditions that you had mentioned. Then we should actually have a motion direction to move forward to the next one. If you want us to provide that as your option to say, okay, well, let's move over to phase 2, as to where you separate it out into 2 phases. Is that the understanding?
Yeah, but I think maybe where we're falling short is, what do you intend to be phase 2 that's brought back to the city council for consideration?
Well, that's up to staff to determine, because, you know, what they have here, I think, is not complete. Obviously, there's some cost estimations that need to be in here, as well as some other items. That's what was the assumption, that there was going to be some cost estimations and other things done in phase 2. But we assumed that if this was feasible and the answer was yes, that we would go to phase 2. So if you're not intending to immediately go to phase 2, do you need a motion or direction from council to go to phase 2?
Yeah, because I think it's important that we get the cost of this.
Right, yeah,
Because we
so-
need to understand, to make a good decision,
Yeah.
without the cost, how can we make that decision? We can't make that decision
Okay,
properly.
I think we need to hear from other council members. I've got these lights lit up, and so I think it's fair.
Okay,
Let's let
that's fine.
everyone speak. Yeah, okay, Councilman Smith.
Thank you. I'd like to talk to, a lot of discussion about drainage on there, so, Mr. Martinez, I had a few questions from you with it. So, we did in 2018 an HDR study, and the HDR study was directly about drainage on North Beach. And could you brief us a little bit on that study?
Sure. Council, Mayor, City Manager, Richard Martinez, Director of Public Works. And so to answer your question, yes, HDR did that study, and they came back with some assumptions, not assuming that there was not going to be a canal built at that time. So they came back and said we needed installation of cross drainage culverts at intersections and driveways, with necessary of minimum culvert diameter of 24 inches. Grading and construction of roadside ditches at the bottom of the elevations would be 2 foot. And I want to say that this last year, where we had those tropical storms and Hurricane Hannah, our crews went in and did that, regraded those ditches, and were able to clean out our inlets as well. Then there was some provisional inlets and pipe stub outs to connect surface drainage and existing storm sewer systems. removal of sediment and debris in existing stormwater systems, which we do on a monthly basis. So we have a monthly schedule to go in and clean out the sand in the inlets. And then after every storm event, we do that as well. And then they had some long-term improvements, include the new stormwater system and put in a new system at Breaker Avenue as well. And they had a cost estimate for that in 2018, and those were $2.6 million for short and long term.
Okay, and a number of, so North Shoreline, we just finished that contract up. That was $2 or $3 million improving North Shoreline. And we cleaned the outfalls. That was part of that contract, wasn't it?
That's correct.
And you said you have a crew out there now cleaning those culverts and the system?
So as our city manager, Mr. Zanoni, said, North Beach is very important to us, and that's one of the areas. I know when I talk, a lot of times it's talking about streets, but stormwater is in my wheelhouse as well, and that is one of the major areas that I look at as far as stormwater when it comes to drainage in those areas. And so we put that on a monthly schedule to go through and clean that out. And you'll see our crews that are going in there with vacuum trucks, and they're sucking that out. Just know that we're fighting the tide every day, that tide up and down, because our outfalls are submerged. They're underwater. So we get that sand that comes back. So if we don't put it on a monthly schedule, they will get clogged. And then after every major rain event where we get those tidal surges that come up again, we've got to clean those lines out as well. And yes, they're on a monthly schedule, sir.
And, for decades, we didn't do that. And I went out there many times, and of course North Beach flooded. Radisson's a good example, their parking lot. The water just sit there for weeks with it. You take Bridgeport, some of those others, it was going from across the crown of the street from one inlet to the other because that inlet was plugged. That's no longer the case. So do you observe it now that we finally, after these many decades, we are maintaining the system? So do you go out there and observe after a rain event?
I see it when we've got a rain coming. I'll call our city manager and say, I'm out here, or he'll call me and say he's out there as well, and we're looking at how the storm flow is coming out. Again, very important on the tides of that at that time when we're having the rains that are happening. So if you get a high tide and you get rain, that tide's got to go down to allow that rainfall to come out. But once it does go down, it does come out. The last time in Hurricane Hannah and one right before that, we got 2.5 inches of sand that got deposited up on the street, a good block back, and we had to remove all that. And that took us some time to actually get into all the inlets and clean them out because they got inundated with sand again. But when we go out there, my job is to make sure that we don't have ponding water. And I have to report to our city manager that we don't have ponding water. And so once I see the storm goes down, it does drain out, sir.
Okay, so we don't have ponding water.
In the areas where we have drainage channels and inlets, no, sir. It takes a while to come down, but we're able to get that out. And if not, we'll suck it out with our vacuum trucks.
Okay. In this report, it says we have some crushed pipes. Are you aware of any crushed pipes?
So, I did see that in the report. And if we come across any damage areas, we're certainly going to fix that. And I want to work with our consultants now to find out exactly where those locations are, because I haven't received that to date, sir. But if we do, we're certainly going to go in and fix that.
I guess, Scott, do you have a location on the crushed pipes?
So I can't tell you right now, Councilman, exactly where we observe those, but we did observe severe inundation. And again, our study was...
it doesn't say severe inundation,
well,
it says crushed pipes.
Yeah, and my field crews went out there and observed pipes that were either not connected, crushed, or damaged in some way. The term crushed could be... they could have perceived it a different way, but we've observed stress to the system, sand, silt, inundation. Again, the timing of our field inspection was during the summertime as well, when we were having a lot of storm events. So I know that the city has done a great job with fixing those and cleaning them out. And I think we would have had a better field inspection if we would have cleaned them out first and then went and looked at them. The timing of our field work didn't line up with the maintenance that the city has done in-house. So I can't tell you exactly where crushed pipes
But you have
are.
them noted someplace. That
Yes,
you,
yes,
you
we
can
do.
tell Public Works, so
Yeah, I can
what
work with
we're
Public
talking
Works to
about
do that.
here is real long-term, and I know Public Works, if there's crushed pipes out there, they'll go fix them.
Yes, sir.
So,
Yeah, I can work with the staff to identify those areas where we observe those.
And Richard, as you says, we don't have ponding now, we're draining down, right?
So one of the areas that I look at, sir, when I go out there to see if we have any ponding water to take it off, the only areas that are ponding at this point are the wetland areas up on the northern end that don't have any drainage channels that come
They have
out.
no
because
connectivity.
They no connectivity, and they're made that way. So we're also working with TxDOT. I do want to add, we're also working with TxDOT on the northern end as it does the loop underneath the bridge there. They're going to be installing 3 new pipe systems with check valves and inlets under so that that bridge can drain out properly up underneath there. So that access road that goes up underneath on the north side can drain out because there is some ponding under that bridge that's TxDOT area.
Yeah.
And they're actually letting the plans out this month out for bid.
That's great. That's a badly needed, I've hollered about that quite a bit, so thank TxDOT for getting to this point on it. So the point I'm trying to make, we've made significant drainage improvements in the last couple of years in North Beach, and so often we're going in the past. When I talked to the prior staff before Richard came on, there were inlets there that they didn't know that the city owned. I think Councilman Hernandez was out there finding these. Now this system is working on there. I go out there myself after a rain. It's very important to me that North Beach drains after a rain event, and I'll run into Richard or I'll run into Peter. We're watching it. One note on that, there at Bridgeport, the TxDOT or Flatiron Dragados is not complete. They've got an isolated inlet. They've got a 6-inch pump that's going across there because they haven't tied into their westerly facing box culverts. In the TxDOT improvements, they've tripled their capacity, their drainage capacity on North Beach. So we're looking in the past a lot on this rather than the future, I think, because now it is draining after a rain event. Now, we all know coastal flooding on there. It's going to flood. Like you all said, that when you're 3 feet above and you have a 3.5-foot tide, or a lot of areas are 2 feet, it's going to flood. We don't have a drainage issue, we have a elevation issue, which you have addressed in the report on there. Now I'd like to step a little bit into real estate with it. So one of your tasks was to determine the real estate requirements. I notice there's 2 entrances into the Corpus Christi Bay. Does the GLO own that property? Do we have to get with the GLO?
I'll say the answer is yes. We will have to get with the GLO.
Did you get with the GLO?
We did not meet with the GLO.
Okay,
Again,
so we have to try, okay.
yeah, well, it's submerged lands that you'd have, I'm sure they have interest in that, would want at least that. But we would have to check with them.
And in your report, you visited with TxDOT on there, and what was the results with TxDOT?
Scott?
So Councilman, we talked to TxDOT primarily for the property that's underneath the existing bridge now. It's really
About 1/3 of the canal is going to be in the TxDOT, the 2, not the
there's
option 1. But about
there's,
1/3 of that's in, is that correct? In
There's
TxDOT right away?
25 acres, which is currently under the existing harbor bridge. That 25 acres that would be needed for the south end of this proposed canal. What TxDOT has told us that there's a potential based on the property deeds that property would revert back to the adjoiners or the property owners that are adjoining the TxDOT right away now. So if it does revert back to those adjoiners, that would be private property that would have to be acquired in some form or fashion for the construction of a proposed canal in there. And it's about 25 acres of the total area.
And what's TxDOT's response on when that will happen? When can that be done?
Yeah, and they didn't provide us with any timeline. They just said with the end of the bridge, the demolition of the bridge, that's where that process would start. But they didn't tell us when or how long that would take.
To get a permit, do we have to have control of the property?
Yes. Yep. Yeah.
Okay. So until we resolve the TxDOT issue, which TxDOT told us here about 2 or 3 months ago that they'll have a timeline on getting the timeline in April. But looking at progress, we're probably looking 24, 25. But so we have to control the property to get the permit.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. So we've got a long window from that side. We have not talked to the GLO because we have to go through their property too. Okay, and as I understand it, with it, I know elevation is critical on here, but I think Councilman Lerma mentioned this, that the streets will have to be completely reconstructed because you're changing all your grades. We have street drainage right now, so the street drainage is running easterly. You're switching back to westerly. So we're going to be doing all of our underground with it. We have to reconstruct every street out there with it. And we're not going to know our permit capacity until sometime in the future, is we look at the Harbor Bridge on there, and it was supposed to be completed last year, about this time, spring of last year. So 25 or 26 is a guess before we could even apply for a permit if we can get the right-of-way. Is that a correct statement?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I don't know about the timing.
The timing is unknown, but we know it's not going to be in the near future because we just got a report from Flatiron Dragados that engineering is supposed to be complete next fall. They have not started any of their segments in the main span, which is 1,600 feet, nor completion of the pylon. So until they get the final engineering, we're looking 2 to 3 years completion of that main span, and then another year for demo on the Harbor Bridge. So in 2021, I'd say 3 years minimum, but that's just speculation on my part with it. So I think I agree completely with Councilman Lerma. We need to get the numbers on this. I think City Manager Zanoni, you said that the staff is going to be working on that, just kind of a broad base that we know. We can estimate what it's going to cost to replace the entire street network. We can have some good estimations on the underground. They've given us enough design to be able to work with that. From the canal, we've got the original urban estimates on there. We do have some unit prices, but I did notice that the bulkheading is more robust in this design than what the urban design was. And if we go with option 1, which is, I think, environmentally a lot more careful than option 2 with it. That's an additional 3,000 linear feet of canal. So the estimates that Urban used, and they are a dated estimate on there. Little quick note on the bridge with it, a 20-foot vertical clearance. So we're underway right now on the island with a 14-foot vertical clearance, $14 million for that bridge on there. And your vertical clearance, the cost runs up kind of a geometric because your approaches have to be much longer the higher you go. So we've got a basis just on that bridge. So, these are some of the factors I'd just like to bring up. And thank you all so very much for your presentation.
Smith. Councilman Pesley.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, guys, good report. I think y'all did a really good job. And I mean, you went to the trouble to put this together, so I read it cover to cover. I made a lot of notes, looked at a lot of things, so I just have a few comments. There's been a lot of talk about those wetlands on the north end, and when I was county commissioner, I actually worked with the North Beach Association and the Basin Estuaries folks, and we were working with the Navy. They had some money that they thought was going to be available for a mitigation that they were involved in with the government. Even the military has to mitigate something when they are going to build an airport or whatever that goes across wetlands. And we were going to try to build some nice public amenities around those wetlands for bird watchers and whatnot. And during that study, what we found out is that those wetlands, which are made to hold water, that's what they're going to do, and they're not going to let you change that unless you mitigate it. But it stays so brackish all the time that the birds have now moved away from it. And we were going, and then the Navy pulled their mitigation deal and took it somewhere else, so we didn't get the deal funded, but we were going to have to look at a way to try to bring fresh water into that wetland area on the north to try to get the brackishness down. But anyway, that's just another point. On your 100-foot wide canal, I have to assume that there will be tie downs on both sides of that canal for boats unless you restrict it. So really and truly, that's going to limit the width of your canal somewhat if you do that. And I would assume those would have to be there.
Yeah, it kind of gets into a development plan.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be part of the development plan,
Right,
but that's
yes,
just, and all of Surfside and Timmins would have, if you do this canal, they're both those streets would have to be raised. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, Councilman.
Okay. And
They would be the first ones that should be considered to be raised. You can have a long-term plan on raising streets at North Beach. You don't have to raise every single one with the construction of a canal.
Right.
But obviously Surfside and Timmins, since they would literally be attached to the canal, would be the ones that would have the highest priority to bring those up to the necessary elevations.
Okay. And Richard, everything that's sort of west of Seagull, if I'm understanding the report correctly, is maintained by TxDOT as far as the drainage and whatnot is concerned. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And that's working okay as far as you know. They just did a whole bunch of work in there a couple of years ago.
So once they put in those new inlets, it's definitely improved. that
Okay.
area there.
Okay. Peter, you mentioned the fact that there's other studies, and I haven't had a chance to look at those, but I guess one of the options we need to look at is, can we fix the drainage on North Beach without building a canal if we don't have the money to build a canal? Because
Right, so
it doesn't take a rocket scientist to start putting a number to this canal and what all you're going to have to do, and changing roads and changing streets and raising and, getting property owners to agree to allow you to dump dirt on their property and raise it. I mean, all of that is a long-term, expensive process. And then the short-term process is for us to figure out a way to fix the drainage.
Right.
And
Yes, sir. The HDR report, as an example, focuses on improving the underground storm system.
Right.
So that's their report. Chip Urban's report, or the urban engineering report, gave us several options: a navigable canal, more of a ditch system. And so I think with these three reports, I think we have all options now in front of us.
Yeah.
And so now we decide how to move forward. And that's what I recommended doing, is bringing back three options for the council to consider. We don't need a motion of direction to do that. We can come back with three options. We may come back even before that, though, for some additional contract work on price estimating.
Sure.
To refine some of those prices. As Councilman Smith pointed out, some of them are dated at this point. And then you'll have some relatively decent price estimating for the options of how do you fix the drainage.
Yeah. Well, and I'm not going to get into today and bore everybody, but one of the benefits of obtaining your geology degree at Corpus Christi State University, when it was still called Corpus Christi State University, is the fact that I got to study coastal geology a lot. I mean, if I'd have been born in Denver, Colorado, I'd be a rocky expert, But we studied that area, and so part of what your report didn't cover, and you specifically spelled it out numerous times in this report, is the siltation problems that you would have with the canal. And I will tell you, just briefly, that the area from just south of downtown Corpus Christi all the way past the north end of North Beach is subjected to some of the strongest longshore currents of anywhere on the Gulf of Mexico. And what that means is that water carries a very high sedimentation value, which means it has a very high dissolved solid. And when you slow that water down in any environment, guess what happens? That sedimentation falls out. And when you drive to Portland over the causeway and you see those sandbars underneath the causeway, that's your North Beach sand that gets carried over there on a regular basis, and the water gets slowed down over there because of the causeway, and it falls out. So that's a whole different issue that would have to be addressed. And I know you didn't address that, and you weren't charged with that. But as we look at the options, Peter, that has to be something that is taken into consideration. Okay, that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Agreed, Councilman.
Thank you. And I think we have Councilman Martinez. Is your light on? No. Okay. Yes? Oh, okay, sorry.
I know that one of the next steps that we go to is,
Oh my goodness.
get back here.
Can-
We're going to
can
check with
I-
AV control right
Can
quick.
I ask everyone to turn their lights off? Councilman, are your lights not off? I mean, are they off? Okay, they're all lit up here.
Mr. Martinez, you want to try using another mic? I think something,
Try another light.
moving over to another chair.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So, Mr. Martinez, is it your?
Mr. Martinez, go right ahead. I'm
Thank you.
sorry.
Thank you. So I have a question on cost analysis. I think that was something we talked about being the next potential phase of what we need to do. Listening earlier to some of the other things that came up, it's evident that costs increase with time at exponential amounts. When you do the analysis, are you giving us a, hey, this is what it costs today? Or are you giving us a, hey, this is what it costs in 5 or 6 years when we can begin the project?
That's a great question, because I think over time, you're not going to build this thing all at once, in my opinion. I think it's going to be a gradual, and again, who pays for it, the city or someone else? It's a kind of a complex answer. Ideally, unless we had a phasing plan, which we very well could come up with a 6-part phasing plan, estimate how soon that would be built, and then project dollars. Ideally, it probably makes sense to have present value and maybe break it up into phases, because you don't know what year you might build those, and you don't know what portion of it you may actually fund versus someone else. So I think we'd have to work with staff to say, how do you want that estimate structured? Your point's taken, because it's going to get more expensive every day it's delayed. It's just, again, how do we want to structure that? And again, it's very complex, because you may build the storm sewer quicker than anything else, but where does the canal fit in? Where does raising the property fit in? And again, what part of it do you pay for? So I know that wasn't a definitive answer. I think we got to work out the structure of that.
Councilman Molina?
Thank you, Mayor. That's a great report. Thank you for the information. There's a lot of substance there that for City Manager Zanoni, I think that this is just another piece of the puzzle in the big picture. And I agree with the direction that you want to go in, that we should go back, take a comprehensive look, and if you can just come back with those options. I think for all of us here, I think we can all agree that we all want to see improvements there at North Beach. It's just a matter of how much we want to spend there, how we go about doing it. And I think that not just us here, but the public needs to realize that this is not a short-term project. It's not a five-year project. It's a multi-year project that is going to take a really long time. Because I think we all want to do it right. It needs to be done right. And when we get there, I think that's when we're going to see a lot of development out there, the development that we want to see. We're laying the groundwork right now, and this is where we start. So Peter, when do you think, as you work through this process, when do you think you can come back to us with these options?
Well, we would bring it back pretty quickly, but we will need some cost estimating. So the next step would be to bring back, if we have to, depending on the contract amount, an amendment to that contract to help us do some level 1 cost estimating. Once I determine that, it'll be relatively quickly. The 3 options, we have them in the reports now. So I'll just need some time to determine what type of contract would we develop for cost estimating. And whatever their price point is, it may necessitate council approval. If it's below the threshold that we can approve it, it will not. So I don't have the timeline today because we need to work with the consultant. But once I get that, I can give you a better timeline. All the options are available. The 3 reports are done, right? So we know what the options are. It's just a matter of getting pricing now. Some level 1. It's not going to be highly refined estimating, but it'll be enough to give the policymakers information to determine how to move forward.
Okay, well,
so I would say within a few weeks, I'll have an answer for you in terms of what is the next step in terms of using the consultant.
Mayor, I would like to make that my motion of direction, that the city manager moves in that direction.
Well, I was going to
Well,
say,
point of
actually,
information, could you restate
I was going to explain the
exactly
motion
what
of
that is?
direction.
Let's
Sorry.
let Rebecca explain that.
Yeah, just so, this is something that we use in the city of Corpus Christi. So as you were stating during briefings, normally you don't make motions, right? Any kind of action. But in our processes, the council may give direction to the city manager. And that was created a couple administrations ago. What would happen in a briefing setting was the manager would get 2 people saying one thing, somebody else saying something else. So it wasn't clear what the full council wanted. So in those situations, the manager would ask for a motion of direction, say, hey, I'm hearing different things. What is it? What's the direction that the council wants? So it's just a way to clarify direction for staff.
Don't actually take a vote then?
We do take a vote on it, but it doesn't go on the,
How can we do that?
It goes on a
with it not
future
being on the-
agenda.
How can we do that without it not being on the agenda?
Because it's related to the item, I guess. It's just to put something, it's just like identify future agenda items. You're putting it on a future agenda.
Because the subject's on the agenda.
Yeah.
The subject's on the agenda, but there's no it's not as an action item. It's not actionable if it's not listed as an item to take action.
It's true.
I mean, I don't have any problem doing what we're trying to do, but
But you're right, Commissioner Pusley, that it has to be an action item that we have to vote on. We can't vote on something that's not on an action item.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never heard of it.
Yeah, and like I said, it was a couple administrations ago it wasn't Mr. Zanoni who did it, or Mr. Risley, or me.
I think,
actually.
both motions are pretty much consistent with what I'm recommending, and we've
Right.
been pretty good on our word.
I think I would be comfortable with the mayor directing staff to
Yeah.
gather more information
Right.
and come back to council with a recommendation on.
I will agree with that.
Point of information.
Second.
I
And
don't know
we
what
need-
the city manager's recommending. He
But
hasn't been specific as to what he's going to bring back to us. And the idea was originally from last year was to have phase 2 go into phase 2. So if he's changing that, then he needs to state that he wants to change from his original decision-making process.
What, I didn't hear you, Gil, what did you say his original?
I don't know what he wants to bring back to us. So he wasn't very
That's what we're
specific about it.
discussing though here.
I can restate it, Councilman. I'm pretty sure that we didn't state that we wanted to proceed with phase 2. We just have it as an option listed, we said, let's see what phase one
That's
presents.
just it. What options? What options are you referring to? The only option that we know about is phase two.
Well, the one I told you today, and I can repeat it here, so the recommendation is using the three reports that we have, the LAN report, the urban engineering report, and the HDR report. Get those reports with staff and see what the recommended drainage solution is using all three reports. Bring three options back to City Council with some initial cost estimating. To be able to get to that cost estimating, I may bring back a contract first with LAN, depending on their scope of work that they would have to do to get us some numbers.
I think it's fair to look at this comprehensively, especially because we have three new councilmen who would probably benefit the most from it. We are looking, it is a next step in looking at this comprehensively. So Peter, if you would do that, that would be great as soon as you can get it back to us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I want to state, Mayor, publicly that I agree with Councilman Lerman. We have an obligation to address the issues on North Beach, and I think that this, according to what Peter and his staff have told us today, they have been working to do that. Nothing like that happens overnight. So I certainly understand that from working on a number of drainage projects before. But we have an obligation to continue working to make sure that North Beach is not left out.
We do, and I meant to say that as well. Councilman Lerma, you have made a commitment, as we all have, maybe not specifically, but to all parts of the city. And I can tell you, though, as I believe Peter did earlier, we are committed. The drainage, we have to repair or fix or reconstruct, whatever. We have to do something about that drainage. And I don't think there's anyone who doesn't want to do that. It's about how we get to that point. And right now, there seems to be very many unknowns, as everyone was talking about. But I think this next step is going to give us a whole nother, view overall. And then we can, focus more in with more information.
Well, I think it's very important that we get more information.
Yes.
But my concern is
We
that
agree.
we must move forward to the next step to continue this conversation so we can make a good decision, for the North Beach residents, I just don't know what was approved the first time around because we weren't here. There's three of us that weren't here.
Well, and that's why
So I
this
don't know if we did it in phases.
the comprehensive look, that is going to fill some of those gaps. So I think that's a great way to move forward for today. And then we have that discussion and whatever comes with that at that point.
Thank you, Mayor.
So
Okay,
are we?
point of order, there is a motion on the floor with a second.
I will rescind my motion.
Yeah, there's not. We were just, yeah.
Okay, so I still no clarity as to what options he's bringing back to us. So you're bringing back us the option for a proceeding with phase two.
No.
Looking at
I'm going to bring back three options on how you can solve the
so there
drainage
is no
issue.
phase two.
What's that?
You're not going to bring back phase two.
No. We're going to bring back three options on what could solve the drainage based on three reports that have been conducted over the past 4
Okay.
years or so.
So that's different
And-
from what you originally stated.
No, I never said we would go to phase two. The contract has an option for phase two if the council wanted to move in that direction. This is very much at this point a council-driven
Well, if you're
policy
not going to bring
decision.
it back, how can we decide on it?
I am going to bring it back. I'm going to bring back three options.
Councilman.
Okay, what are
we-
those options?
We don't have them right now because we're going to develop them using the three reports. We just got this report today.
Okay, so, and to Councilman Molina's point, you said, is there a specific time frame on when you're going to bring this back?
I
Is it gonna be a month,
specifically
30
asked him to
days?
bring it as soon as possible. So
what is that?
he said several weeks. We're not talking 6 months, I don't believe. I
No,
think we're talking.
the first
Can
step.
we identify a specific timeline, 30 days, 45 days,
So I have to talk to
60 days?
LAN to see how much their price point would be for estimating services. If it's below if it's within the threshold I can approve, then that's about a 2-week or less conversation. If we need council action, we'll place it on the council agenda. We may have to negotiate the contract. So I don't know until I sit down and talk to LAN.
Okay, so you're making a commitment to bring it back in how long?
Like I just said, I don't know because I got to talk to LAN.
Okay,
Yeah.
they're here when we ask them.
Well, we have to negotiate we have to figure out
Well,
what
I
they're
mean,
going to
ask them
cost
what their
estimate.
timing is in terms of
They don't know
turnover.
because they don't know what they're going to cost estimate. I have to tell them what the cost estimate, based on the three options we're gonna
Peter,
bring back.
can you get back with us on that? Can you
Yes,
talk
be
to
specific
them
about
and
that.
then let us know what that time frame looks like?
That's what I'm gonna do.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I think it's time to go to lunch. It is 2:00. And
Mayor.
actually, we're going to have an executive, let's see here, where are we?
There'll be 2 executive sessions at lunch, ma'am.
Okay, so the council will go into an executive session on items 30 and 31 per Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, 551.072, and 551.087. We'll return shortly.
Whenever you're ready, Mayor.
Okay. Okay, so, well, we're just gonna go back in.
We'll reconvene the meeting, and then you can read council will go into executive session on item 32.
Okay, so we're reconvening our meeting, and then council, we're gonna go right back into executive session to take care of the last item, which is item number 32. So this is under section P. We'll go into executive session on item 32, per the Texas Government Code, section 551.071, and we will be right back. Okay. All right.
Mayor?
Oh,
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
okay. We're back in session and no action will be needed at this time. Yes, sir.
Mayor, I'd like to propose a motion to approve items, what are we, 3 on the consent agenda, items.
Actually, Mayor, I'd like to pull number 7.
Oh, okay.
Well, let me make my motion and then you can make your pulls. How's that? Items 3 through 16 for approval, subject to the items that need to be pulled.
Okay, does anyone need any other items pulled out of consent, section K, consent agenda, items 3 through 16?
Mayor, I'd like to have item number 7.
Number 7? Anyone else?
Mayor, did we get a second on that?
No, we did not, because we need to exclude number 7.
I second that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, number 7, go ahead, Mr. Presley.
No,
Oh,
Mr.
Gil, I'm so sorry.
Hernandez, yeah.
Councilman Hernandez. Aye.
Okay, question on number 7. This is a 3-year service agreement for Verizon Wireless for cell phone service. And I had some questions regarding, and this might be for our attorney, more so than the actual contract. But, you know, in terms of technology, for our email system, we have a way of grabbing emails for freedom of information requests and that type of thing. Is there a mechanism for that for our cell phone service providers, for text messages or any, or phone logs or that kind of stuff regarding this contract?
Council member, this is Peter. Miles, I could jump in on a couple of these questions real quick if you like.
Yeah, I don't think that there's that type of mechanism, but something to remember also is that most of the cell phones that are purchased are not the people that would be under that request. I mean, the generally the management personnel don't have these cell phones. Peter can clarify, but most of us utilize private cell phones. So I think this is just for a small number of personnel in the organization relative to the size of the organization, but I don't know of that text recording capability.
How many phones are we talking about?
Peter?
Yes, this is Peter Collins, CIO for the city. Basically, there's a couple of things here. As far as looking at phone lines, we have the phone logs. We have the capability through the portal, so we're able to print out any phone logs that we would want to. But also, there's a reference about text. We're able to print out the list of text of numbers where the text was actually received from or where the text was sent to. But we cannot get the content. We can't get the content unless there's a subpoena. And basically, the phone companies here now, cell providers are keeping basically 2 weeks of text. That's what's in the contract for us. So we can get phone logs, we can get a list of texts where they were sent, and time, date, and basically that's it.
Okay, so does this present a problem legally if we have an issue of not being? I mean, because I know we can get all the information on emails, but if it's text messages, does that create a problem with Freedom of Information Act if it's on city business?
The legislation, texts or emails that you do, even whether it's from a private or a public, if it relates to the city, those are subject to the Public Information Act and can be requested. If those documents are only found on a private system, like a text on your phone, then you are what they call you are essentially a trustee of that public information. And we can request that you provide that information if there's a public information request. And that was formalized in the last legislative session's changes to the Public Information Act, but it was always considered to be the case. But they formalized the procedure for us to make that request of personnel. So a person can theoretically request those text messages that you have on your private cell phones if they relate to city business. I mean, they can be requested of me, of Peter, of all of y'all, but only if they request to relate to city business. And then what we do is we send the request off to y'all and say, here, you're on your honor to provide it to us at the city to respond to the public information request. Now, some of it might still be non-releasable for other reasons, like it might be a text to an attorney or something, attorney-client. You still have the normal confidentiality that would apply, but being on a private cell phone doesn't remove it from being subject to a public information request.
Okay, so the public information request would have to go to the individual that holds a cell phone for that information.
Right, it would go to the city first, and then we make that request to that individual.
Okay, that's what I need to know. With that, I make a motion to approve agenda item number 7.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Okay, we're going to skip down to section M, public hearings. So item 17 is public hearing and first reading ordinance for zoning case number 0720-02, MVR Construction Company. Mr. Raymond. Sorry.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members, Nina Nixon-Mendez, Assistant Director, Development Services. Could we pull up the PowerPoint for item 17, please? Thank you. The case before you is to rezone a property at 1001 and 1009 Compton Road from the RE Residential Estate District to the RS 15 Single Family 15 District. And the purpose is to allow for the construction of single-family homes. The applicant is MVR Construction Company. Next slide. The property is located along the south side of Compton Road, east of Flower Bluff Drive, and west of Waldron Road. The property fronts Compton Road, which is designated as a C1 minor collector street. To the north, south, and east is a single-family residential subdivision with 1 acre tracts zoned RE Residential Estate District. And additionally, north is a single-family residential subdivision zoned RS6, single-family 6 district. To the northwest are commercial properties zoned CG1, General Commercial District, that consist of a pet grooming business and a vehicle customization business. And to the west is a commercial property zoned RSSP, Special Permit Residential Estate District, for a boat storage complex. Separating the subject property from the southern properties is the O'Neill Tributary Channel, which is a drainage right-of-way and has a width of approximately 150 feet and a depth of a little over 9 feet. And the property is 5.27 acres in size and is not platted. Next slide, please. The proposed rezoning to the RS15 Single Family 15 District is consistent with Plan CC, the city's comprehensive plan. The future land use for the subject property is identified as low-density residential, and according to the plan, low-density residential consists of up to 3 units per acre. The proposed development is a 5.269 acre tract with a proposed 10 units, which is below the maximum allowed density of 15.3 units. The RS15 would be a transitional district to the adjacent commercial node at Compton and First National Drive, and the density, again, is consistent with the city's future land use plan. Next slide, please. Planning Commission met on July 22nd. The unanimous recommendation is approval of the change in zoning. The rezoning request was originally scheduled for September 8th meeting, and it was tabled at the applicant's request. 16 public notices were mailed, 0 received in favor, 9 in opposition. So there is 64.42% in opposition, and so it would require a 3/4 vote by council. I stand by for questions.
Okay, no questions from anyone? Okay, I'd like to open the public hearing for item 17, MVR construction zoning case. Ms. Huerta?
Okay, we have received some written comments. Also, there's a gentleman who's calling in regarding this item. We'll go ahead and take that gentleman first if he's still available. So bear with me just a moment.
Mayor, I have a question at the appropriate time. Sorry.
That's okay. Can we go ahead and do that?
You want to ask now?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Nina, I've got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
I've seen in the reports here, not just for this agenda item, but other agenda items where there's zoning cases, where some of the people that are opposed to the development have made statements to the point that a concern for them is that a new development in their area is going to decrease the value of their property. How true is that statement?
Well, in my discussions with the Nueces County Appraisal District, these residential properties are appraised based on recent sales of homes of the same age and the same size. So that is how the valuation is determined.
So just to add on to that, so this subdivision, if it's not comparable to an existing big lot size home, they're not gonna, it won't bring down the value is a short answer, because they're gonna compare a like home to a like home. And so if these homes are smaller, they're not gonna be in the comparison set. So again, according to the appraisal district, it does not decrease the value of existing homes.
Well, thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Ms. Huerta?
Okay, Mr. Bell, you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, great. This is Richard Bell, who will be speaking to the council on this item. Go ahead, Mr. Bell.
Madam Mayor, council members, thank you for your time. I owned this property prior to MBR. I wanted to kind of clear something up. The last time he was there, he kind of misrepresented. We did not know what his intentions were, which he represented that to you guys. If we'd known he was going to try something other than RE, we would not have sold it to him. Now, the reason I knew it was RE was because this body assured the neighborhood that when you did the special use permit for that boat barn project, keeping it RE, that would be the buffer. We were given assurances that boat barn has been a fiasco. It was built for 2 years without any oversight or permits. It's finally coming along, but it has affected our property values. But you guys assured us that that would be the buffer. We have offered to buy the property back after his last attempt for what he paid for it, and he turned us down, so he does have an out. This is a bad project because 4 acres of that property is only usable. There's a major easement that goes along the edge of it that the city brings in heavy equipment on a semi, and it's a big crane with a mower thing. And they're not going to be able to go through the people's backyards to be able to maintain that drainage ditch. If you do this, you'll have RS-15 surrounded by RE. Our property values are going to go down. He's going to offer it at $400 plus homes, but why would somebody buy a $400 plus cookie cutter home on a postage stamp lot when yards away they can buy the same thing on an acre and a half, have an outbuilding and a pool and all the things that go with it? We cannot really believe that the staff approved this. Originally, they were not going to approve it, and we were told that unless there was pressure from higher ups, they would not. I did not see any of the public comments on the online package. I'm hoping that you get it. I would request that in the future that maybe the council consider tabling these supermajority items because we cannot show up in mass, until this whole COVID thing is in place. I noticed on the presentation they did not show the map. Everybody around that property has sent something in and is in opposition. The neighbor left to me is a 99-year-old lady who can't circumnavigate the electronic input. We would highly ask as a neighborhood, we're all together on this, that you vote no. It's not a good project for the area. And keep your promise. The buffer was the boat barn. That boat barn should not have been built. It's an eyesore in the area. This is an RE country area. That's the buffer. We're going to live with it, and we'll come up with a project that'll be RE. If MBR wants to do an RE project there, we will not be in opposition to it.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Okay. And then Mayor Guajardo, I have one more public comment we received in writing. Now, we do read public comments that are related to public hearings into the record. These are the only ones that I do read into the record.
Okay.
So I'll read this one briefly. The person's name is Christine Salch, and she lives at 114 Compton Road. She says, I live directly across the street from the subject property and oppose the rezoning request. The lot in question is surrounded by RE property. Even the boat barn on one side of the property is RE, but with a special use permit. Rezoning will place an RS-15 property in the middle of RE property. When the special use permit was granted for the boat barn, we were told that property would be considered the buffer or transition property and that the lot in question would not be a good candidate for rezoning. Now, 4 years later, this lot in question is supposed to be rezoned as the transition property. Rezoning will decrease the property values of the other RE houses on Compton. The RS-15 homes will be less square footage and smaller lots than any other home on the street. The noise and traffic on Compton will increase substantially. The entrance to this new community appears to be directly across from our bedroom window. And that concludes her comment.
Okay.
And Mayor, if I may? Mayor?
Yes.
If
I'm
I
sorry.
may?
Yes.
The applicant, Vic Rosé, I believe he provided his phone number, and
He's on the line, that's right. Yes, I understand
Okay.
he's on the line. Would you like to ask him to speak now?
well, if you're interested in the applicant.
Yes.
Could I ask a question to staff real quickly? I've been off the planning commission for a while, and they changed the rules and the letters after. What is RE? Is that, I know it's residential something.
Yeah, residential estate, and it provides for a minimum lot size of 1 acre.
Okay. And they're changing this to
RS-15, and the minimum lot size would be 15,000 square feet.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And do you know, Nina, why this was tabled or turned down before? What was the circumstance?
Well, last year, the applicant had applied for RS6, which would be a minimum lot size of 6,000 square feet. And so that was turned down last year by City Council. So the applicant has come in with a request to RS-15, which is, provides for a larger lot size.
Yeah, you said there wasn't a plat, but the developer, I don't know if he emailed the rest of the county, he emailed me a copy of the plat. So there's 9 or 10 lots on that piece of property with one road coming in. So has staff seen that proposal?
Yes, sir. And it does provide for a 50-foot drainage easement to the south adjacent to the tributary channel, so that will account for drainage on the site.
Right.
And Mr. Bell is correct. There is an easement, let's see, that's along the east side of the property adjacent to the bus barn. And the site plan has accounted for all those easements. So that's where they get, they're proposing 10 lots.
And the bus barn, you said, or boat barn, what is it?
Or the boat barn, yes, sir.
Boat barn, okay. And it's to which direction of this property?
It's east of the property.
East of the property.
And, yeah, there's a rather large easement there. I think it's a 30 to 40-foot easement there. And so that will be a no-build area. That will be a natural buffer. And then, as I said, the drainage easement to the south will add to the tributary channel and will ultimately be 150 feet in width, providing a buffer to the south.
Okay, Mr. Nazari is on the line when
Okay.
y'all are ready to hear
Okay,
from you,
that's all the
gentlemen.
questions I had. Thank you very much,
Thank
and
you.
I appreciate that. One quick thing before we go to, this is in Councilman Smith's district.
Yes, it is.
Councilman Smith, you have any issues with this project?
Well, you've got the RE, which is a 40,000 square foot, and then you're going to 15,000, and next to it is a boat barn, so it is in a transitional area. It does have sewer service with it. Now, that historically has been a low density, the Compton Street, so the exception to it is, these lots we've been doing a lot of R4.5s. That's kind of the common thing, so they're triple the 4. And the lot, if it's an R22, 22,000 square feet minimum, R6, 6,000 square foot minimum, R4.5. This is an R15.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Let's listen to, or hear.
Yeah, thank
Mr. Nazari?
Yes.
Okay. The mayor is allowing you to speak now. Do you have something to say?
Yes, the same Mr. Bell says, I never disclosed to him what I was planning on doing. He never told me I could never do anything but RE. So I don't know where Mr. Bell is coming from. And the neighbor directly next to me, after I showed him the slides and everything that I'm planning on doing, which I've sent to the city, I've sent a video of showing what the neighborhood is going to look like at the end. You're not only going to have room for my swimming pool, you're going to have a lot more room. Like I wish the city would show the council members the presentation that I sent to the city, so they could, for them to see what we're planning on doing. We've been doing this for 15 years. This is not our first subdivision that we're doing. Our homes are going to start at a minimum of $500,000 with the going rates and the price increases. Nowadays, it's impossible to build a house on 1/3 of an acre with city water, with city sewer, with all the amenities that we're bringing to be below $500,000. And we're not adding to the drainage issues that they're saying. We are improving the drainage issues. We are not decreasing their home values. We are increasing their home values. We're doing everything they're worrying, but in the opposite way. So again, unfortunately, they're not seeing the end product right now. And that's the only thing that's scaring the fact that they're thinking we're doing cookie cutter homes. These will be 10 homes that most likely will turn out to be custom homes. They're not going to be cookie cutter homes. So all the data the neighbors are giving you are actually false. I don't know, like I said, can the city show the slides that I've sent so they can see? Can you put it on their screens? Is that possible?
Are there slides that
I'm not aware of a presentation,
No.
Mayor.
I've sent it to Andrew. I've sent it to Craig.
To staff? You sent it to staff?
Yes, I sent it. They told me we needed via PowerPoint.
Why don't we have that?
I'm sorry, I'm not aware of a presentation, but we can certainly share that.
Yvette's going to try to get them. No pressure, Yvette.
We'll get them, Vic.
You want me to email it to you right now?
Yeah, email it to us right now. Can you email it to Michael Rodriguez?
Sure.
You want me to email or you're?
No,
yeah.
directed someone else, a staff member, to do it. So.
Yeah, we're getting it. That way everyone can see what you're talking about.
Okay, there you go.
Mayor, while we're waiting for that, I do have a question.
yes, Mr. Mann.
We can ask questions to the developer, correct?
Can we?
Sure.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, this is Councilman Hernandez, if you can't see me, but I just want to kind of ask, what size homes are you planning to build? I mean, these are 1/3 of an acre size lots, so I want to kind of get an idea of the square footage of the homes you're going to build. Can you describe those if you have a general idea?
Yes, Mr. Hernandez. Once you see the slides, you'll see exactly what style of home we're going to be building. Minimum 3,000 square foot. It's the only way we can justify the size of the lot. These will be starting 3,000. Some of them will go up to 4,500 square feet. Some of the homes on the same street that Mr. Bell and others are complaining are below 3,000 square feet. This neighborhood will have a restriction of having 3,000 square feet or larger. Like I said, I have attached a few floor plans that we're going to be building on these. Some of them are 4,000, some of them are 3,000, some of them are in between. Minimum requirement in that neighborhood will be 3,000, to answer your question.
And what is your suggested price point? I'm assuming you're not building these yourselves. That you're just the developer for the lots, but what is your minimum price point?
Actually, I will be building on those homes, on those lots myself, or sell some. But those houses, like I said, you're going to be looking in the high 400s. It's not possible to build below that. I wish I could, but it's not possible. It's going to be high 400s and up.
Okay, I think we're
Thank you.
ready. I'm sorry, Councilman, are you done?
I'm
Yeah.
good. Thank you. Those are the two questions I wanted to
Okay,
ask.
I think we can play it or show
Thank
it.
AB is going to put it up as soon as they're ready. AB, if you're ready, go ahead and place it on the screen. There we go.
Oh, okay, there we
Okay,
go.
good. Go to the next slide, please.
Okay, it's on.
Do you have pictures on here at all on the slideshow? What's the developer's name again?
Nazari, right?
Lazar, are there pictures?
Lazar.
Go to the next slide, please. We need to see pictures. I mean, we don't have time to read this yet.
There's
There
a,
we go.
there's a video, there's two
Video?
files.
Okay,
There's
there
the
we go.
plat.
Okay, here's some
Okay.
here. Okay,
Oh, wow.
that's it there. Go to the next slide. There you go. Okay, Lazar, we're looking at the homes here on your PowerPoint.
Correct.
There's a good picture. Hold on there for a second. So it's a 4,400 square foot home, 4-bedroom, 4-bath, 3-car garage. That's a $500,000 home. Go to the next one, please. Okay, there's another example. That's a 4-4. Next. Okay. Luxury home, it says here. Lazar, can you hear us, Lazar?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. This is your company name, right? LH?
Yes.
Yes,
we
sir.
build
Okay, go to the next slide, please. Any more slides? I think that gives the council the idea of what Mr. Lazar produces.
If you could watch the video I sent, it shows the size of the backyards. Of
Yeah,
the
where's the
homes.
video? Was that sent also?
It was attached to the email.
Okay, AV, please pull up
Actually,
the video.
if you can
and
go
ahead and-
backwards to the actual lot design, you can see what the size of the lots.
Right. We're gonna
Yeah,
pull
but
up the video right now.
Video,
Okay.
What the video will do will give you a bird's view, and you'll see. Like I said, the backyards are nothing like the standard RS6 homes. These will have over 100 feet of backyard. Let me put it to you this way. There's not a single house in that neighborhood that won't fit in our lots.
Okay, here goes the video. We're looking at the video right now, Lazar.
Yes, sir, I see. As you can
Okay,
see,
good,
those
you can see it.
backyards are no,
Yeah.
right.
What's the point here, that you have big backyards or what?
Peter,
It's kind of hard to tell, but is that the,
you've got a huge yard.
huh?
Yeah, the yard.
Is that the message?
Yes, the front yard and the backyard now, because you don't
Okay.
have that now.
Just want to make sure, Lazar.
Yeah.
I love people who are settled.
Okay. Where are we?
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Azari.
Thank you.
I have a hard time finding anything wrong with this.
Those are really nice homes. All right, is there any other further public comment?
No, ma'am, that's it.
No. Okay.
You can close, the public hearing. I'd appreciate it.
Okay, great. So we're closing public comment, public hearing. So I entertain a motion to approve the zoning change.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the zoning change. Is there any other discussion? And since a 3/4 vote or 7 votes is required for passage, I'd like to call
Roll call.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so for passage of ordinance 17 on its first reading, Mayor Guajardo,
Aye.
Council members Hunter,
Aye.
Lerma,
Aye.
Martinez, Molina,
Aye.
Pesley,
Aye.
Smith, no, Barrera,
Aye.
Hernandez.
Aye.
The ordinance passes.
All right. Okay, thank you. Item number 18, Owen A. Norton zoning case. So item 18 is public hearing and first reading ordinance for zoning case number 0820-03, Owen A. Norton. Ms. Mendez?
Yes, ma'am. The case before you is to rezone a property at 2926 Laguna Shores Road from the RM1 Multifamily 1 District to the RV Recreational Vehicle Park District. The purpose is to allow for the construction of a recreational vehicle park, and the applicant is Owen A. Norton. Next slide, please. The property is located along the east side of Laguna Shores Road, south of Glen Oak Drive and north of Caribbean Drive. The property primarily fronts along Laguna Shores Road, which is designated as a P1 Parkway Collector Street. To the north is a drainage canal. The Van Galen drainage tributary is approximately 75 feet wide and 8 feet deep. Across the canal to the north is a city wastewater lift station on approximately 3.7 acres of property zoned RS6, Single Family 6 District. And to the south are vacant properties and a convenience store zoned CN1, Neighborhood Commercial District. Additionally, along the southern property line of the subject property is a single-family residential subdivision zone RS6, Single Family 6 District. To the east are vacant properties zone CG2 General Commercial District and CR1 Resort Commercial District. Further to the east is the Laguna Madre Lagoon and estuary. To the west is a single-family residential subdivision zoned RS6, Single Family 6 District. The property is 7.1 acres in size and is not platted. It was annexed in 1961 and has remained undeveloped. The purpose of the rezoning to the RV Recreational Vehicle Park District, again, is to develop a recreational vehicle park. It is consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan. It does not have a negative impact upon the adjacent properties, but it does warrant an amendment to the future land use plan. Laguna Shores Boulevard is a P1 Parkway Collector Street, which has the means to accommodate the traffic of the RV park patrons, and additionally Caribbean Drive, located approximately 400 feet to the south, is a C1 minor collector street. The Laguna Shores Road along the frontage of the subject property is listed for reconstruction in the city's capital improvement plan. This was funded through Bond 2018 and is under construction. Next slide. Next slide, please. Planning Commission met on July 22nd, and the unanimous recommendation is approval of the zoning change. 52 public notices were mailed, 0 in favor and 8 in opposition, so there's 10.26% opposed. The common oppositional comments focused on potential loss of property value and an increase in traffic. I stand by for questions.
Council, Mr. Smith?
Thanks, Nina. I'm on 428 of the packet. This is showing the flood zone. Can you bring that slide up?
Yes, let's do slide 3, I guess.
It's
Peter
No,
has
it's right by-
Nina, if you look at Peter's book,
I'm
he
sorry.
can tell you.
I'm paper
Okay.
copy, 428. Page 428. I'm
Okay,
on the
okay.
amended.
Okay, so that is the aerial of the subject property, so that's showing.
No, it's the one just prior to the aerial.
Oh, okay, yes, okay. All right, that is the Exhibit A of the ordinance. And yes, it is in an AE flood zone.
Well, and the reason I'm bringing this up, it's zoned multifamily now, and an RV park is a suggested use in flood zones with it. So we stick multifamily. We've got, it's almost adjacent to Laguna Madre. It is flood prone. The elevation on that's about 6 feet. Back to the back of the lot, then it runs up. We just heard all the North Beach thing. So I think this use is good for that. For you new ones on council, I've always been a hawk when it comes to flooding and what our uses are and flood zones, because I've experienced them with it. So I think for that reason, this is an appropriate use. We citizens have just invested $14 million, and Laguna Shores, it is classified as a parkway, and we need some commercial. And this is not quite commercial, but they'll be serving the visitor market, the fishermen, stuff like that. So they'll be. Yeah, they're raising it to about 4.5 to 5 feet. So it's still above that. But yeah, Laguna Shores was kind of a North Beachy deal, and it does have that propensity to flood with it. And it's also in that area, it's a settling area. I mean, in our coastal geology, Mike, you said you went there, that we've got subsidence going on. I can look at houses that were on the other side of the road, and when I was a youngster on there, they were viable houses, and now they're underwater on these king tide type of situations. So I support this. I think it's good for the bluff on there. Now, it is backing up to some neighborhoods, but those houses are higher. It's fallen back. That the owner, he will put in, we have screening going between those two. What's the screening requirements? You can tell us all, Nana.
To the RS6, it's a type B buffer, which is 10 feet and 10 points. So that would be an 8-foot solid wood fence in addition to the 10 feet buffer. And then adjacent to the CN1, it's 10 feet and 5 points. So that could be satisfied with a 10-foot solid screening fence.
So there's a significant buffer. I think it's an appropriate use for that track.
My only issue was, they didn't submit anything about how he's going to develop this. I mean, he didn't show a parking plan. There's nothing.
They would need to meet all of our Unified Development Code requirements as well as our construction code requirements upon
he's not going
building
to just
permitting.
we're not going to let him just pull trailers out there on dirt ground and park them. And
That's correct. No, it doesn't.
Just
No,
checking.
No, there are development standards in the code related to RV and in terms of density and, of course, the pads, the hookups, and it would need to meet all UDC code requirements.
Okay, Councilman Molina?
Thank you. And Councilmember Smith, I appreciate your question. One of my questions was going to be, Nina, if you could go over the screening and buffer requirements that are going to be set forth, and you went over that, so thank you. One of the letters of opposition stated that this developer owns and operates an RV park adjacent to this property, or close to this property, that was the subject of many nuisance calls about noise and other complaints. Do you have any information on that?
Well, there is another RV park located, if you go to slide 3 in the presentation. Next slide. Next slide. There, if you look on the bottom of the screen, it has RV 2017, so that was Caribbean Dreams RV park development. And I do not believe it was owned by the same owner, though.
No, the information I have is that.
So that is the closest or the nearby RV park, but it's not.
That's owned and operated by entirely separate
Yes, sir.
owner.
And I'm not aware of the nuisance complaints.
Yeah, I'm not aware either. I don't have any of that information, but I know that the other RV has a canal that acts as a buffer between the RV park and the neighboring residences. So I'm not sure if the person who wrote that letter of opposition was just misinformed. I will give them the benefit of the doubt and say that they were misinformed. But I think that this is, back to Councilmember Smith's point, that I believe this is a good use of this property for the area. So I'm supportive of it.
Okay, great. Let's see, at this time, I'd like to open the public hearing for item number 18, Owen A. Norton zoning case. Ms. Huerta, do we have any public submitted or
No,
written?
ma'am. No comments, call-in, or written.
Okay, great. There being no further public comment, the public hearing is closed. I entertain a motion to approve the zoning change.
Move to approve.
Second.
Mayor, I had one question.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Councilman.
And I wanted to expound on what Councilman Smith had asked about the buffer. And I looked at the UDC where it says the buffer requirements, and it says in accordance with 7.3, and but it wasn't very specific as to it. So can you please reiterate that the requirement is 10 feet plus an 8-foot fence? Is that correct?
Yes, adjacent to the RS6, it's 10 feet and 10 points, and that can be satisfied with an 8-foot solid wood fence. And then adjacent to the CN1, it's 10 feet and 5 points, and the 5 points could be met with a 6-foot solid fence.
Okay, is there any requirements for landscaping, trees, shrubs, or anything like that?
You could satisfy it with landscaping, but in this particular case, it could just be met with the solid fence.
And you said 8 foot?
8 foot adjacent to the RS6.
Okay. Well, from what it looks like, it's all adjacent to the RS6, right? With exception.
There's some adjacency to the south, to CN1.
Oh, that one section on the south?
Yes, sir, along
Okay.
Laguna Shores.
Okay, I think the majority concern is the residential.
Yes, sir.
And so if there's an 8-foot requirement, I guess that would be. Okay, thank you.
Great, I think we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
The motion carries. Thank you, Michael. Item number 19, Mary Hutchins Triceman Partnership zoning case. Item 19 is public hearing and first reading ordinance for zoning case number 1120-01. Mary Hutchins Triceman Partnership. Ms. Mendez, please make your presentation.
Yes, the case for your consideration is to rezone 2 tracts of land at 1902 Rand Morgan Road. Tract 1 from the RS6 Single Family 6 District to CN1 Neighborhood Commercial District, and Tract 2 FR Farm Rural District and RS6 Single Family 6 District to the RS 4.5 Planned Unit Development Single Family District. The purpose is to allow for the construction of single-family residential subdivision and commercial properties along the frontage. The applicant is Mary Hutchins Treisman Partnership. Next slide. Tract 1, which is proposed for the CN1 zoning, is 9.564 acres, and the remaining tract, which is proposed for the RS 4.5 PUD, is 45.670 acres. The property is located on the east side of Ranmorgan Road, south of Leopard Street, and north of McNorton Road. The property does front Ranmorgan, which is designated as an A2 secondary arterial street. The subject property is currently zoned FR, Form Rural District, and RS6 Single Family District, and consists of vacant property. To the north is a mobile home park constructed in the 1960s and Fire Station Number 12, and they're both zoned single-family districts. To the northeast is a vacant property zoned RS6 Single Family District, and to the south is a developing single-family residential subdivision recently zoned RS 4.5 Single Family District. And to the east is a large industrial area zoned IH Heavy Industrial District. And this consists of the former Celanese Technical Center and STX Beef Processing Plant and Slaughterhouse. The property is 55.23 acres and is not platted, and it was annexed in 1962 and has remained vacant. Next slide. This slide shows the platted residential subdivisions in the area, and then the adjacent industrial subdivision to the east. And again, you can see Ranmorgan, which is an A2 secondary arterial street, which can accommodate between 20 and 32,000 average daily trips when it is fully built out. Next slide, please. The proposed rezoning to the C&1 Neighborhood Commercial District is inconsistent with the future land use map, which designates this area as medium-density residential. However, the proposed RS 4.5 single-family district with the planned unit development is consistent with the future land use map. The property is designated as per the future land use as medium density, and per Plan CC that it would call for a density between 4 and 13 units per acre, and the proposed PUD is set at approximately 4.55 units per acre and is therefore compliant with that land use designation. Next slide. This table outlines the PUD deviations. These are slight variances from our development standards, and there will be buffer yards adjacent to the IH Heavy Industrial District zoning of 10 feet for one lot that has a side yard, and then the remaining lots are, the buffer yard will be 20 feet, and these will all have 2 trees per lot, plus a 7-foot solid wood screening fence. If you go to the next slide. This shows the master site plan for the development. You can see the commercial frontage adjacent to Ranmorgan. There will be 2 access points providing connectivity, and then also there is an access point to the south that will connect to the developing subdivision to the south. 208 lots are planned. Next slide. 70 notices were mailed, 0 received in favor and 0 in opposition. Next slide. Planning Commission met on November 11th, and the unanimous recommendation is approval of the change, and I stand by for questions.
Great. We'll take questions or comments from council members. Councilman Lerma.
Thank you, Mayor. Of course, this is in my district, and it's off of the Ranmorgan. The subdivision that's right across the street from that plotted. It's a pretty good size subdivision with several other phases to be coming on a board in the future. We have an intermediate school in the middle of that subdivision that's out there. And if anyone's been out there during early morning rush on dropping off students and picking up students, you have major traffic issues. I'm not against this, the new subdivision, but I have concerns about Rand Morgan Street. It's only a two-way lane, okay? That street needs to be widened to have a turning lane in the middle of it. We're going to have some commercial property there in the front, which I think is going to give us some traffic problems. But I'm in favor of the development, but I just have some serious concerns, and we've spoken, I think Councilman Pusley and I spoke to streets before the meeting, and we found out that that's a TxDOT street. It's not a city street. So Councilman Pusley and I have our work cut ahead of us, because we're going to be talking to TxDOT about widening that street from McNorton back to Leopard Street. Now, just by looking at that area, I can almost assure you 5 years from now, that's going to be developed more and more and more going towards 44, Highway 44. That street, that Rand Morgan Street's going to have to eventually be widened all the way down to 44, which is not a bad thing for the school district. It's what we want, but I have safety concerns. And I know for a fact that once that subdivision gets put in there, we're going to ask for crosswalks, because students are going to be coming across to their neighborhood across the street. And that's a very busy intersection. I mean, not intersection, street, road. So we need to figure something out. And like I said, Councilman Pusley and I will be working hopefully with TxDOT to try to resolve our situation. But no, I'm in favor of it. Let's develop that thing all the way to 44. Let's go, man. I mean, I'm ready for it out in our district.
Great.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, well, at this time, I'd like to open the public hearing for item 19, the Mary Hutchins Triceman Partners. Pardon? Oh, sure.
Yeah, I want to concur with Councilman Lerma. I support the development out there. We, for years, we couldn't get anybody to build a house in Toloso Midway, and now we're kind of having a little bit of a boom, and we're glad for that. But several years ago, when Kelly Allen was a councilman for District 1, he called me and he said, "Hey, would you meet me out here on Rand Morgan?" And there's a fire station almost at the corner of Leopard and Rand Morgan, and that's a voting location. And I have stood out there numerous times with my little Vote for Mike Pusley sign on Election Day in the morning, starting at 7 o'clock. And by 7:30, there would be cars lined up from Leopard Street all the way back to almost 44. And along with that, you've got people trying to come out of that subdivision to go to work, people trying to go in it to drop their kids off. I mean, it's a catastrophe. So we did get the state to add a turning lane for people who are dropping off kids going into school, and they added a turning lane up at Leopard. But Peter, this thing needs serious looking at with the future development that's going to come there, because Councilman Lermer's right. They're building houses over on the west side of Rand Morgan as fast as they can put them up. And so the development's important, and we want to support that. But we've got to put the infrastructure in there to support the traffic, because there's going to be a serious issue there one day. And like Billy said, kids trying to walk across Rand Morgan, it would scare me to death. Mm-hmm. So if we could get some help from staff on reaching out. TxDOT wrote, if you look in the documentation here, they wrote a memo about how concerned they were about how much traffic this was going to generate. And it's a serious concern and a very serious issue for the school district there. So that's all I have.
Okay, good. Can I add to that, Mayor? So
Yes.
we're familiar with this development. In fact, we've worked with the developer, Moses Mastagachi, to encourage it because of the Steel Dynamics plant in Sinton. One of the policy issues that the council's been working on prior to you joining the council, Councilman Pusley, is helping to actually pay for some of the infrastructure so that areas in Toloso Midway, Cal Allen, that developers had no interest in developing before because of costs now are willing to develop. So we've asked Moses to develop, and in fact, we'll be bringing something to council in the near future to help on some of the drainage infrastructure on this lot, just to let you know. So we're taking note of this Rand Morgan issue, and we'll be working with the council to get that improved, even though it's a TxDOT facility. We work with TxDOT folks all the time. Jeff Edmonds is here. We're hearing the conversation. So we're going to commit to both you and Councilman Lerma to make sure that Rand Morgan, over time, it won't happen overnight, but over time gets the resources it needs from the state.
Okay, thank you. FYI, Ms. Wood, the Councilman Pusley's light, or his name doesn't show up. There's just a number.
Okay.
That's why I missed him there, but.
Okay.
Okay,
We'll look
so
into that.
any public comment
No, ma'am.
submitted? No?
Nothing was submitted.
Okay, there being no further comment or public comment, the public hearing is closed. So I'll entertain a motion to approve the zoning change. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Okay, section N. Item number 20, Lavoya Creek Drainage Improvements. Item 20 is a motion awarding a professional services contract to Lockwood, Andrews, and Newman, Inc. for the Lavoya Creek Drainage Improvements. Mr. Edmonds, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Jeff Edmonds, Director of Engineering Services. I've got a brief slide deck here, about 30 slides to go through.
Veteran.
Just kidding, just kidding. Just kidding.
Everybody's talking.
Under promise, over deliver.
No.
I will say there's a lot of moving parts to this project, and I know that folks that were on the last council have heard about this project multiple times. I'm going to go pretty quickly through it. I would encourage any of the new council members, if you want to get briefed in more detail on this, feel free to look me up and we can give you a more detailed briefing. Now, this is known as the Lavoya Creek Drainage Improvements Project. I would probably say it's more of a program than a project, because there's multiple grants and really multiple aspects to this project. So next slide. I think most of you know that areas around the Lavoya Creek have experienced historical flooding, and probably the worst recent event occurred in 2010, where the Las Colonias neighborhood experienced some significant flooding. Another related issue is that FEMA has been in the process of updating the flood insurance rate maps for going on almost 15 years, and they're just at the point now of getting ready to become effective, and that has some impacts in this area. It's going to put significant parts of La Molina, Los Encinos, and Las Colonias in the 100-year floodplain that on the previous map were not in the floodplain. And as a result of this, the city sought and received grants to help mitigate the flood risk on Airport Ditch and Lavoya Creek. And the improvements are also going to allow us to request to revise the flood insurance rate map. Next slide. As the mayor read, this awards a professional services contract to produce design documents to build these improvements. There's also part of their scope of work that will request the flood insurance rate map be revised after the work is complete. The work consists of major detention pond and upgraded box culverts and SPID and airport ditch. And I've got some maps to help you visualize where the project's located. Next. Okay, the smaller dot to the north is the location of the culvert project, and the larger to the south is where the detention pond is proposed to be located. Next slide. Okay, the shaded areas shown here are the primary benefited areas from this project, and The city itself is one of the beneficiaries. The wastewater treatment plant, Greenwood plant, has historically experienced problems with flooding on the Vola Creek, and they're also very interested in seeing this project take place. Next slide. Okay, this helps illustrate the issue of the flood insurance rate map. So you can see there, this is the effective flood insurance rate map, the currently effective, soon to be obsolete flood insurance rate map. If you go to the next slide, and the colors change here a little bit, but that shaded area is the new 100-year floodplain. So as you can see, there's a lot more area affected by that 100-year floodplain than was previously. Okay, next slide. Okay, again, this is the design contract. We're at that phase. This project started as sort of a concept and applications for grants in 2018. The project is expected to be funded about halfway by grants from the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program from FEMA, and that's going to fund the culvert project, and the detention pond is being funded by a CDBG disaster recovery grant. So we've had some past council actions where they authorized applying for those grants and then accepting those grants, and there's also been some past council actions discussing some of the real estate issues, and in fact I think there's another one on the agenda a little bit later on that. And I stand
Great.
ready for any questions.
Great. I think this is a great, well, I don't think, I know, this has come around. This is a really good news item, and I want to thank the department, because this is years in the making, and I want to especially thank Yvette Dodd, who's sitting back with us. Wave your hand so they know who you are. She's worked on this for years, and this is huge. This is going to affect 3,200 rooftops who are no longer going to be in a flood zone. And that's huge in many ways, most especially your insurance bill. So thank you very much for working on these grants and making this happen for, you know, the whole future of that area. Thank you.
And I take no credit for that. I'm, you know,
You're just
this kind
presenting.
of, well, it's kind of moved along the continuum. So I know
Yeah.
some of you folks who were on the last council are probably wondering, because you've been briefed by various departments, and it started out as an idea for a grant, and you had, Yvette was very instrumental in that, and constructing these projects in such a way that would satisfy the requirements of the grants and getting that approved. We don't get involved with that. So it's now evolved to the point it's a capital project where, you know, it's going to be producing construction bid documents and managing construction, and so that's why it's being handed off to engineering.
Well,
Mayor, this is Roland. You said it. I move for approval.
Perfect. Great. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Pardon? Oh, did we get a second?
I thought I heard Greg.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
thought
I
so
heard
too.
Greg.
Okay, yeah, Greg did.
Mr.
Okay.
Smith.
Great news. Congratulations. Way to go, Yvette. Okey-doke. Thank you, Mr. Edmonds. Item number 21, another good news item, 6 Points intersection. So item 21 is motion awarding a construction contract to Raytech Construction Resources, Inc. for the reconstruction of the 6 Points intersection. Mr. Edmonds? Yeah, go. Is there a presentation for this?
I do not have a presentation.
Okay, great. No, we don't need one. We're good. Any
25
questions?
slides.
Mr. Molina?
Just real quick,
Yes.
I know that it's been a long meeting today, but I just want to make some comments because this is a big project for District 2. There's a lot of moving parts, a lot of people involved, and this is an area that is prime for redevelopment. I know we have the redevelopment plan in the works, and so I'm excited about this project, and I would appreciate the support of my colleagues.
Well, and I can mention a couple of salient features. So, you know, we had multiple bond projects coming into this area that terminated before they got to the intersection. So, council decided in 2016 that this was so important, they didn't want to put it on bond 16 and risk the fact that it wouldn't pass, because they had some new legislation that said if you put something on a failing bond election, you couldn't use certificates of obligation to fund it for a period of 3 years. So they elected to go ahead and use certificates of obligation right out of the gate to fund this, because it was very important to them. Now, we've done a lot of outreach with the area there, and stakeholder meetings, and working with the planning department to come up with the current concept. So it is going to be adding some parking there. It's going to be helping with some of the transportation issues that the RTA has, and some safety issues. You know, RTA used to have the transfer station there that they have decommissioned. So that's going to be incorporated into the project to help provide some additional parking, and it's going to be kind of a landscape feature out there. One aspect, there's another agenda item that's related to this, this item number 28. As part of the traffic changes we're proposing on 10th Street, we're proposing to change that from a two-way traffic to one-way traffic, and that's going to help us to add some more parking there and also make a safer intersection.
Great. Okay, oh, great. Mr. Hernandez?
Yes, thank you. In the agenda memo, it only has bids for asphalt where there are no attempts to get concrete, as per our policy.
You know, we did only bid this
Things
in
weird.
asphalt. Now, I can give you an answer. It's not the answer, because I'm not sure exactly how this one was listed, but we had a list that had gone to council previously that showed how all the bond projects would be bid. This was only bid one way, that's a fact. Now, I would say based on the current policy, all of the approaches coming into here are asphalt, and so Public Works would typically say, for continuity's
Well,
sake.
let me ask a question, because this could be something I know we want to do for arterials. What is this road listed as, arterial, collector?
I think it's an arterial.
If it's listed as an arterial, I think per our policy, we'd have to look at both concrete and asphalt.
I think the
I don't
Councilman, the policy.
I don't know of a list of stuff that
Yeah.
is
Not-
separate from that.
Right, sorry to interrupt, Councilman, but the policy also states that it should be consistent with the street application that exists in the adjoining, adjoining project. So all 6 points coming into here, including Staples from City Hall all the way down, and then Staples, I think it turns into Santa Fe, is all asphalt. I don't think there's any.
No,
is there
right
any-
out here in front of City Hall and Staples is concrete.
No, I'm talking about Staples. I drive it every night going
After
down.
Comanche, it
Yeah.
goes to.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
Staples from right out here, this LaPan and Staples, all that, all the way down to 6 Point is asphalt. After the 6 Point area, everything's asphalt. I don't think, is there any concrete around there, Richard? Right.
Well, I don't have the answer for you. I can tell you it wasn't done, and I can say that based on where we are right now, we can award these bids.
no, I don't want to do that. I'm just what I want to make sure is that we're, we want to make sure we get concrete bids for this going forward. I understand Staples. We're looking to. I mean, as we're replacing Staples, it's a majority of it is concrete.
Correct.
That we're
On the
replacing.
bond projects, we're certainly going to do that on the arterials.
Okay.
And,
So
and
let-
this
let-
could have been an oversight. I'm not certain the story. I didn't have it. It doesn't mention in the memo. It should have.
Okay, I don't want to stop the project. It's a small section of street. Let's move forward, but let's make sure we include concrete going forward.
Yes, we definitely are following our policy.
Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. Ms. Huerta, did we receive any written public comment on this
Ma'am.
item?
Nothing.
Okay, great. So I'll entertain a motion to approve item 21.
I'll move.
Second.
Great. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
The motion passes. Item number 22, BFI Waste Services. Item 22 is a motion awarding a service agreement to BFI Waste Services. Mr. Layfield?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. We are here today to award a contract to BFI for our recycling. Our contract expires at the end of this month, and we have negotiated a new contract moving forward. It's a 3-year contract with 3 3-year renewals. I stand by for questions.
Great. Mr. Smith?
Thank you. David, so the cost is $126 per ton?
That is the contract cost, yes, sir.
And what is our percentage of rejects right now?
Our last audit was about a 33% contamination rate.
And what I'm asking is how much goes to the landfill? So we're paying them $126 to process it, and then we have to take that 30-something% to the landfill.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that number's been going up, because I think earlier we were in the 20s, is that correct?
That is correct.
So as we look at this by the agenda packet, it's the recycling program all in is costing us what? 2.4 million?
About 2.6 million all in.
2.6 million. And so if we're running 4,000 tons at 126 per, that's a $500,000 right there.
Yes, sir.
So what can we do to reduce what we're paying? Somebody dumps their trash in the recycle deal, and it's costing us $126 a ton, plus the cost to take it out to the landfill, plus the tipping charge. What are all our terms? Right now we're mandatory recycling for all. Should it be voluntary? That, or can we enforce or some way to? There's a lot of good people out there and good recycle, but then we've got the ones that just aren't being careful, and it costs all of the trash payers, so to speak, right?
Right. Excuse me. And you're exactly right. And we have, in this year's budget, put in an enforcement and education function. We will be hiring people and buying some trucks to go out and actually do what you're asking for, which will be to look into the carts and find out who's doing the contamination and trying to educate them to help them know what they're doing wrong and what they should be doing right. And that's something that we're working towards. Communities of our size with this type of a recycling program have been doing this for years, and we're just now getting into the game of enforcing and education. The other thing that we're trying to do is get more people aware of what we do. We've got a Recycle Coach app that is free. They can go to the app store and download it to their phone or their computer, and this helps them find out what is recyclable and what isn't. They can ask it, it's an interactive tool that tells them when their recycle day is, it tells them when their trash day is, brush and bulky. But more than that, it tells them what we do locally, what is recyclable locally. And that's what we have to get out the message, is that just because it was done some way in other communities, we are unique, we are Corpus Christi, and this is the way our program works. So we're working on that, an education program, an enforcement program, and we are really geared up, and we want to reduce that contamination, because you're right. Every bit of trash people throw in the recycle bin costs a lot of unnecessary dollars.
It has to almost be touched by human hands, right, to throw it into the trash as they're running it down that conveyor?
Right. They have it automated. There's some of it that's automated that they can pull off with their equipment. There's other parts of it that have to be pulled off. They've got a picking line. But that's what the recycling program is for, is to sort it out and take the trash out and then to sort the recyclables where it goes. And it's an expensive process. It takes people, it takes equipment, and it takes time.
And so when somebody sees one of our recycle trucks going to the landfill, that's because all the non-recyclables, they'd load it up at BFI and take it to the landfill, is that right?
Well, that's not quite right, because BFI hauls the trash from the recycle center to the landfill themselves in their trucks. When people see our recycle trucks going to the landfill, it's really an identification problem, because we use recycle trucks to pick up trash and trash trucks to pick up recycle. In fact, they're the same truck. There is no difference between them. Years ago, we put a recycling message on the side of all of our trucks, so people think our trash trucks are recycle trucks, and they're not. That's just a message trying to educate the people to recycle. And so what we have is we have dual-purpose trucks that when they're going to the landfill, they typically have trash in them.
So you're putting together an education enforcement program. What are your goals? So we've been going the wrong way on the contaminants with it. So what are your internal, where do we want to see us being then?
The first thing we want to do is reverse the trend, because you're right, it has been creeping up on us. We're about 33%. A national average is about 22%. And so we'd like to turn it around and head it back towards the national average in the short term.
That's a couple of $100,000 right there.
What, I'm sorry, what was that? What was the percentage, national average?
National average is about 22%.
22?
And we're up at 32. So we've got a long way to go. And there's some, the first thing we want to do is with the education and the enforcement, get people aware of what they're doing wrong. Until you tell them what they're doing wrong, they're going to continue doing it wrong. And so it's a matter of informing people of what they need to do right.
Well, thank you very much, David.
Mr. Layfelt, that said, and I think you're absolutely right, but I think we need to really aggressively do this, because environment, this is about the environment. And if the people don't know what is the impact to the environment, then you don't really care if you don't know, if you're not educated. But are we, are we planning on an educational campaign? I'm sorry, to make people aware of why you should recycle, not just because we're telling you to or asking you to. Is that can we do that, or is that already in your plan?
Our current educational program, it has won some state awards. We are trying to ramp it up. We're trying to basically get it out to more people. We were using the Communities and Schools program to help educate the community, but that didn't go too well this last year because we didn't have a whole lot of schools going on.
Right.
And so a large part of our program is educating the children to help educate the parents. We do have the educational enforcement program where we will be actually looking in containers and educating based on what we find. And it's a multi-pronged approach. There isn't any one approach that works. You have to kind of approach it from all directions at all times.
But Mayor, we do need to beef up the education substantially, and I'm working with David. We also have to work on some type of a strategy. We don't have a recycling strategy, like what % do we want to be recycling at in the next 10 years?
And what's your goal?
And what's the goal? We don't have a goal with just recycling,
Right.
and many cities in Texas have a plan that says we want, and it's council-approved policy plan, that says we want to be at this level in 10 years.
Right.
And we're going to develop that. David and I have
Great.
talked about it already. So it's
Good.
increased education. David is right in that it's not just one thing, but
Several.
education is a key thing. And recycled materials change, customers change, people move into the city that don't know what our program is. So it's a constant every day, and we know we have to improve in that area.
But everyone gets the recycling can, or is that optional?
No, everybody
I mean,
gets it.
I have one.
They can decline it, I guess, if they want.
can
but
decline it
everybody
or
gets
not?
They can decline it. They don't have to use it if they don't want it. They can ask for extras. If people want more than one, we do provide extras.
Okay.
But the current program does not require anybody to use it. It makes it available. And I think some of the people who have it available that don't understand the program then use it as an extra trash can. And we need to get that education out there to inform them that that may be a cheap trash can up front from their perspective, but in the long run, it's costing us a lot of money, as Councilor Smith mentioned.
Yeah.
Because that contamination issue is the #1 issue of all recycling programs in the country. It is the highest wasted cost of any recycling program because it's totally unnecessary. It doesn't need to happen.
Peter, I'd really like to see that, and for council to see that. Little things, use the utility bills, but once, as reminders. And I have that app, and I've used it many times because I think it's numbers 1 through 6 that we really recycle, right, isn't it?
Right. Number
And
7's really not recyclable.
Right.
It's a generic category. If you look at our new customer service guide that we just mailed out to all the customers, they're right in the middle. You open it up to the middle, the fold in the middle. It has a real good discussion there of what is and what isn't recyclable. We revamped that customer service guide, and it was mailed to every single customer through those that get the utility bill.
Right.
It was mailed to them as part of the utility bill.
Good.
Yeah.
But we had about another 6,000 customers that get their bill online. And so in the past, they weren't getting a copy of it. It was sent to them electronically, but unless they were looking for it, they didn't see it. And so we we backed up and we decided we needed to send one to everybody, so we went ahead and we've got it now in place that we're going to send everybody a copy of that at the beginning of the year. And it is a good reminder of what's recyclable and what isn't.
Great. Well, I'd love to see that, Peter, if you could keep us apprised of what kind of plan, so that we know what the goals are for you and help you as well on this end, however
absolutely.
we can. Thank you. Councilman Hernandez?
Yeah, real quick, do we collect recyclables at the J.C. Elliott transfer station?
Yes, we do.
Okay, I've had a few complaints where they were redirected and so they couldn't drop off recycling there. And this is specifically for people that lives in apartment complexes that don't necessarily have, I guess, a recycle program because they're contracted out for their solid
Right,
waste
and
services, right?
That's probably an educational issue I need to approach my employees with. We accept recyclables there from all customers, all residential customers.
Okay, it might be an area to where they need to be directed in order to drop off the recycles.
Yeah.
Because it's just, there's no way if you live in an apartment complex to have that unless the apartment complex has a recycling program.
And apartment recycling is a complex challenge throughout the country, but if they go to the effort to bring it to the transfer station, we should be taking it.
Okay. On the side note, I could use an extra blue trash can. Mine fills up and it's only every 2 weeks, so my wife throws the recycling away because there's no more room. So I'll get with you later to get me an extra blue can.
We'll make sure we get you an extra one and make sure we give you something to make sure you know how to use it too, right?
Trust me, I know. No glass, no trash bags. I mean, no HEB bags. I mean,
yeah.
There's a. And by the way, I would work on that commercial, that Dirty Dozen thing, or it just is. It's kind of hokey. I mean, maybe we can work on that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes. Okay, I'm going to entertain a motion to approve item number 22.
Second.
Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item number 23, ordinance increasing appropriations from Type B funds for Cole Park Pier. Item number 23 is an ordinance increasing appropriations from Type B funds for Cole Park Pier. Heather?
Good. Actually, we're into evening now. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Heather Hilbert, Director of Finance. So this is an ordinance to amend an ordinance that came to Council back in December for the Cole Park Pier financing. When the ordinance came to Council, I believe that there was the assumption that we would do some deductive change orders to bring the total cost of that project down. Council directed to not do the deductive change orders, so we did present this to our Type B board, and so they did agree to increase their funding from the $4.2 million to $5 million, which then enables us to reduce the amount that was coming from the general fund by $349,000. Then the other thing we realized is that we did not include in that ordinance to actually transfer the $7 million or $7.7 million from these sources into the project fund. So this ordinance does that also. So that does conclude my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Great. Well, this is a really good news item, and I know it means a whole lot to Councilman Molina and Councilman Smith because it's right at the edge of, I guess, both of those districts. And this also goes to say that this item is now, or project is ready to go to, I guess, to be taken care of. And I think the amenities was, of course, the pier itself was the entire project, but the amenities is really what the people said strongly that they wanted. So this is very good news. Thank you. I'm sure Mr. Molina has a comment.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This is important to me, not just because of the location of it being in District 2, but it's the city's pier. And now that we are moving forward with it and that it is going to be built as presented to the public with all the amenities included, it's going to be a very bright spot along the city's bayfront. I just wanted to take this moment to thank my colleagues for their continued support and to publicly say that, it's a fishing pier. And I know on the renderings, there's some shade structures that are depicted there, but I wanted to assure the public that there will be plenty of room for them to cast, because I've heard a lot of that feedback that they're afraid that the shade structures will not allow them to get a good cast out into the bay. So I just want to make sure that the public is aware of that, and that we are aware of that.
Great. Thank you. Councilman Hernandez?
Yeah, this is, real quick, this is the total construction cost, right?
Yes,
Is
the contracted cost.
Okay, can you give me what the total cost is with design and deconstruct, demolition and all that? I just want to have the big picture as to what the total cost is.
It's the night.
Constance has that. Go ahead, Constance.
So
Okay. Explain what it is, though. Can you explain the component pieces?
Sure,
Yeah,
I've got it.
Constance has the,
Good afternoon or good evening, Constance Sanchez. So we have, the 7.5 was for the construction, and then we also had about 200,000 for the engineering reimbursements associated with that. We have design and testing fees of, 713,000, and geotech testing of, hold on. Yes, I'm sorry. That's correct. And then remaining reimbursements of about an additional 200,000. So it came out to a $9.1 million total, including construction.
Here was 9.1.
And we can provide you that breakdown if you'd like.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Sure. No problem.
Councilman Smith?
I'd just like to thank Councilman Molina. I know how important this project has been to him, and just how long you've been working on this. Been 2 years?
Just about, yeah.
So you just haven't given it up, and it's a credit to you and your hard work, so thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Huerta, do we have any written public comment?
Not on this one, no ma'am.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion to approve item 23.
Move to approve.
Okay. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Okay, Section O, first reading ordinances. Section O refers to the first reading ordinances. These are items 23.
24 through 29, yes.
24 through 29.
Yes, my mistake.
Council members, I'd like to vote on them as a block, but I'm just going to read what they consist of. 23 is an ordinance accepting a grant in the amount of $206,787 from the State of Texas Governor's Homeland Security Grants Division for operation. Or do we want, Chief Markle, were you here to make this? I don't want to skip over you.
He's here.
Oh, if we have any questions? Okay.
Yeah, you pull it.
Okay. Item number 24 is an ordinance accepting a grant in the amount of $102,248.61 from the Texas Office of the Governor, Criminal Justice Division of Coronavirus Emergency Supplemental Funding Program with no city match. Item number 25 is an ordinance amending City Code Chapter 55, Article 11, Commercial and Industrial Waste Disposal and Pretreatment to comply with requirements of the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency and Texas Commission on Environmental Quality Pretreatment Program for industrial user discharges to the wastewater system. Item number 26 is ordinance authorizing the acceptance of the Gulf of Mexico Energy Security Act grant funding from the Texas General Land Office. Item number 27 is ordinance amending the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 53, one-way streets and alleys, that will change 10th Street between Air Street and Staples Street from a two-way to a one-way traffic flow. And item number 28 is an ordinance declaring city-owned land on Oso Creek at Starry Circle as surplus property, authorizing its sale or exchange to the public by sealed bid. I think that 29?
It's 24 through 29. Yeah, your numbers were just slightly off.
right.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I thought I
Oh,
was losing
no.
my mind.
No, that's happened to us
Oh, I
before,
am
actually. That was awful. So no, we're good.
This is, okay, I've
Just,
got,
your number's just a little bit off, but you read them all, yeah.
okay, 'cause this is executive session. Okay, does anybody have any questions on
I've got a
any of
comment.
these?
Yeah,
Councilman
I'd
Smith?
like to comment on 26/27, which is the Go Mesa grant. This is a grant on Laguna Shores Road, is we're doing the parkway. The city's going to be acquiring some wetlands in front of Flower Bluff Drive and also Redhead Pond. And Mike had talked earlier about salinity, and Redhead Pond used to be a prime area for wildfowl, but it's not anymore because it's become hypersaline. And what this is going to do, it's going to bring it back. And there's an organization called the Friends of Redhead Pond. They've been putting a lot of time and effort cleaning Brazilian peppers out, getting that cleaned up on there. And they just got a $36,000 grant helping it there. But this is going to string 3 pieces of property, 1.5 miles of Laguna Shores together. It's going to be a prime wildlife area. This is land that's low land on there. It really shouldn't be developed going back in the flood. And as that $14 million that we spent on Laguna Shores, this is our opportunity. It's going to be the ocean drive. It's hard for a lot of us oldsters to realize that, of Corpus Christi. So this is one more step in bringing that up. Mike's sitting over there nodding his head. He doesn't live quite on Laguna Shores, but he appreciates that bit of waterfront with it. But I mean, it's just a huge good news item for us, where the city of Corpus Christi reached out and got this grant, this Go Mesa grant on there. So there's $250,000 we taxpayers didn't have to come up with. We used it for mitigation for the Laguna Shores Road. We would have had to done something anyway. So I'd like to thank staff for the work that they did, and it's a big boon for Flower Bluff. So that's my comments. Thanks.
I was getting ready to iterate that last point. This is a grant for something we were going to have to do as part of the 404 permit.
It's great.
Mitigation. So
Great, thank you. So I'll entertain a motion to approve first reading ordinances 23 through 29.
It's 24 through 29.
24 through 29.
I'm sorry, I'm just a little bit off today.
Through
Second.
29, okay, yes. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say no. We did.
I'm sorry, really loud into the microphone. So
The motion
who made
carries.
the motion?
Okay, where are we?
You seconded, okay.
So we're done with executive session. Okay, cute. Identify future item or agenda items. Does anyone have any future agenda items that they would like to speak of? No. Oh, you do? Oh. Yeah, I know, I'm about to.
Just real briefly, City Manager, I would like to, as part of your report, maybe on a quarterly basis, get an update on the ongoing street repairs that we have. That way you can let the public know that there is street work being done. I know in District 2, there's been blocks of streets that have been repaired that I just find out about after the fact, after they've already been repaired. And these are streets that Mr. Martinez has been addressing, not just in District 2, but throughout the city. But I just think it would be good to keep that top of mind for the public, that they're aware that we are continuing to improve our streets, and just to keep them informed. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Councilman. You and I talked about this earlier, and that'll be something I can do in the city manager's report, and also provide to you in a written format each quarter. And so the first quarter's passed, October through December. We'll put together something, and in February, I'll present it to council in one of my city manager's reports and
Great.
provide it to you as well. That's a real good idea, and we appreciate that, because we do want to highlight to the community all the great work we're doing with the most important thing to the community, which is streets. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Great. Councilman Hernandez?
Yeah, a few things, some of the quarterly reports that need to be coming out, change orders, the report on the any use of the what's the name of that program? The program where we authorized construction, right, I forget what it's called. Get those reports in. Also an update on where we are with implementing Maximo in our utility department regarding wastewater. We're regarding wastewater, since it's specifically on the EPA consent agreement, where we are with the implementation of that. And lastly, if we can please include presentations that are on the agenda, in the agenda memo items. There was 2 items today that didn't have that. Starting off with agenda item number 2. I know we got this binder, but the actual presentation that we got wasn't in there, and so the public couldn't see that. Public didn't get this. So, I mean, we just want to make sure that we get the information we're going to discuss is in there so we can review it beforehand. Thank you.
Okay, great. I think that's it. Okay, so there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.